Hey, I can look at myself naked.
Wiki feet, look out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I'm one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a guest called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks. You know what? I never know who's supposed to go first in that now. It's always flipped. But hey, if you're listening from Spooky Island, you can follow us on TikTok or X or whatever the hip kids call it nowadays. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We got YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things. But if you don't like the visual side of things, don't fret. We got tons of audio podcast platforms out there. You can listen to it audibly. We also have a LetterBoxd if you're interested in our averaged out graphs and numbers of the stuff we've covered.
Yeah, awesome. And well, today we're covering live action Scooby-Doo, or the first film.
Woo!
Yeah,
That's right.
finally made it.
Yeah.
2002.
The 2002 one. Because there's multiple
Yeah,
live action ones.
Yeah, there's
sometimes
multiple.
subtitles
Yeah.
as Spooky Island.
Oh my god, I forgot to say Blue Ski. We're also on Blue Ski.
Somebody's pay is getting docked.
You're getting paid? Yeah, so I guess we'll do histories first, starting with Crimson.
Alrighty. Now that we're kind of in a different type of Scooby-Doo stuff, we did the animated VHSs. I think I'm going to bring up my entire Scooby-Doo history now, not just the live action ones. I'm a big Scooby-Doo guy. I took in a lot of Scooby-Doo as a kid. I had a Mystery Machine lunchbox, some Scooby-Doo figures, a stuffed Scooby, a Scooby-Doo poster. I ate the fruit snacks, the non-fruit snack, uh, Scooby snacks. Sure, I've seen a lot of the shows. I didn't go back and check every single show they have, but I've seen most of them, but not in their entirety. Just I've at least watched most of them. Played the Scooby-Doo Cyber Chase game, which I mentioned last week. I have two Scooby-Doo or I've had two Scooby-Doo board games. I currently only own one. It's quite a lot of Scooby-Doo in my life. For this movie in particular, I've probably seen this 12 to 15 times would be my guess. A little over a dozen. I like it. But how much? We'll find out through the coverage.
That's fair. Spriggs.
Oh boy, well, let me try to not repeat Crimson. I've had Scooby-Doo food. I've played Scooby-Doo games. I've played Scooby-Doo board games, video games. I maybe a card game. I've grew up a lot because of my dad watching Scooby-Doo Where Are You, the original cartoon, and the new Scooby-Doo show, or the Scooby-Doo show. And then VHS movies such as the VHS ones we've covered, and as well as like Scooby-Doo Goes to Hollywood, Scooby-Doo and the Booze Brothers. Watched those growing up. And then I remember being young, I had like a leapfrog journal thing where you point the pen at the page and like reads out the story, and that's where I first learned that Shaggy's real name is Norval Rogers. Um, yeah, just a bunch of stuff. I probably had Scooby-Doo popcorn, whatever. I don't think I've ever seen a Scooby-Doo movie in theaters though, so that's I guess something different. This movie, however, I have seen probably more than 15 times. This is one of those few movies where I'd watch it and fall asleep and wake up at 3 a.m. to the DVD of Scooby running around with the tikis just with a million drums playing over and over and over again. This is one of those few movies that has that for me. So
I
yeah.
also own the soundtrack on CD. Forgot about that.
Fair enough. Sinister.
All right. So I also weirdly I also grew up on Scooby-Doo. It's like we're like all like the same person or something.
Or like your best
I
friends or anything, I don't know.
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Crazy writer's going
Um,
last here.
I know.
he's gonna have the most to say. I guarantee it. Um, I watched a lot of the original like cartoons. That was probably like the first thing that I saw. It was either this movie or that, but I'm pretty sure it was the original cartoon from like the 60s. Um, the original Scooby-Doo mysteries. Watched a lot of the TV specials. I owned a couple of VHSs. I think the only three that I can remember that I owned were not the live action, the direct to VHS, two of the direct to VHS movies, which was Cyber Chase and Alien Invasion, and then Scooby Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf. So, and then I think after that, bought this specific one on DVD, and I would watch it a lot. Probably seen it over 10 times. I don't know. I definitely watched a lot at that age where you kind of just will just watch whatever you've already seen like over and over again. Um, and didn't know. I don't think I knew there was like a sequel to this till like I was in. I probably saw this when I was in like first or second grade, and I don't think I knew there was a sequel till like fourth or fifth grade about. And then watched that and liked that one I think a little bit more. But yeah, that's probably my history with Scooby Doo in general. Oh, Scooby Doo was like my imaginary friend for a little bit, which is not very creative, but that's neither here nor there.
That's
Cool.
fair. All right. My very, very long history. Again, like everybody else here, food, snacks, games. I grew up in the original cartoon. Haven't seen a lot of the movies. This is one movie that I've seen a lot of things out of context for. I see a lot of the memes around it, and if I have seen the movie all the way through, I don't remember. At least up until the point of this podcast, up until like recording for the podcast, I remember the Loch Ness Monster movie a fair bit. I remember a Batman Scooby Doo crossover. I don't know if it was a movie or an episode of a show that I watched out of context. Because I didn't watch many of the shows beyond the original series. And yeah, this is my first time seeing the film, probably full in its full context as far as I can remember. Um, and as for the sequel to this film, I haven't seen it. And spoilers for, I guess, the end of the season, but I am 2 episodes into a show that we've already seen for the podcast, and it's good to be back, I guess. um, and I guess that's my history. So from there, I guess we could jump into facts if y'all want.
I can tell you that
I'm roaring for some facts.
the Batman Scooby Doo thing is questionably a movie.
Questionably a movie. All right, thumbs up.
It's a TV special.
It's
like an
yeah,
hour.
it's 2 TV specials onto one disc.
No.
Oh, I see. So it's a made for TV kind of movie or special. That's fine. I mean, a bunch of shows back in the day released like hour and a half pilot episodes for what would typically be like a 40-minute show, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Scooby-Doo 2002 is directed by Raja Gunzel, screenplay and stories by James Gunn, which is you can definitely feel that while watching this film. It had a budget of 84 million, and it grossed a total box office of 275 million, almost 276 million. And it was filmed in Queensland, Australia.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's fitting. You can definitely tell. The director, Raja Gunzel, wanted a real-life couple to play Daphne and Freddie. His first choice was Sarah Mcgellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. Prinze Jr. didn't originally want to do the movie because he felt it wouldn't live up to the Scooby cartoons, but Geller talked him into it.
I mean, he would have had to have done it because his name is Freddie. I mean, it's kind of like written in the stars.
that's the way to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
As for my part, because I didn't do all my facts research until afterwards, I did not know Buffy was Daphne.
Oh, well, what a nice surprise for you.
Yeah,
At the
had
start of the movie or at the end of the movie?
No, I knew by the start of them.
Okay, good.
Well, I mean, like, my first time seeing her was as Daphne. Like, I didn't know beforehand that Buffy was Daphne.
Saying
Uh,
years before, yeah.
yeah.
You've seen it, yeah.
The film was originally set to have a much darker tone, essentially poking fun at the older cartoons, and was set for a PG-13 rating. Shaggy was set to be a stoner. Velma and Daphne had a side relationship, and there were many marijuana references. According to Sarah Michelle Gellar, after the cast had signed on, there was a change, and the film became more family-friendly. But by 2017, however, James Gunn confirmed the original cut of the film got an R rating and had to use CGI to cover boobs.
Oh, didn't know that
Uh-huh.
last tidbit.
It's very fitting for James Gunn, to be honest. That's kind of tracks for him.
Yeah, that's kind of within this era. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the early 2000s. It makes sense. Um, when Daphne attempts to recruit Shaggy and Scooby to inspect the castle with her, Shaggy objects. He says, "Scooby and me don't do castles." Because castles have paintings with eyes that watch you and suits farmer. Well, there's a quote for a whole thing.
Yeah, yeah.
But everything that Shaggy describes, however, occurs in What a Night for a Night, the very first Scooby-Doo cartoon to be aired.
Very
You know
neat.
what?
That's cool.
He's absolutely right.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Except the
now that
Black
you've
Knight's not in
confirmed that
this.
I'm absolutely right, allow me to now plug. All these facts have been found online. Take it with a grain of salt, and do with that what you will. Uh, my last fact is Sarah Michelle Gellar had to film Scooby Doo around her already hectic Buffy the Vampire 1997 schedule. The producers of both productions arranged it so she would spend 2 weeks in Los Angeles shooting Buffy, and then the next 2 weekends in Queensland, Australia, filming Scooby Doo.
Nice joint venture.
Truly,
Yeah,
uh,
she got a good little paycheck on that.
Not as
it's
bad
true.
as Michael J. Fox with Family Ties and Back to the Future, but
No.
No.
Oh, so we're comparing hardships here? Okay. No. Yeah. Yeah, that's a hell of a schedule right there.
Yes, and I know it's going to come up, or it probably will come up, so I have one more question before we dive into our coverage. How
wonderful.
do you guys feel about live action adaptations of cartoons?
Ooh.
Uh,
Yeah.
if you guys want a moment to think about it, I have my answer. But if not, Crimson, you're starting.
Oh, okay. I am someone, and I feel like I've stated it through the podcast, where it's mostly about execution. So as long as the live action adaptation is well done, at least in my eyes, then I don't have an issue with it. Um, I because there is a certain element of a cartoon being a cartoon. I brought that up in the 2009 Christmas Carol, where some things just fit more naturally in an animation. But if you do a live action well enough, I'm fine with it.
Sinister?
I feel like it depends on the property, I think, for me. I feel like, yeah, there's like certain things where I'm kind of like I would prefer to see it within the context of kind of its original format. Like for a cartoon, I think like some things they just work. They were designed for that. Uh, because I don't know, like something like Who Framed Roger Rabbit, because that's not really based on anything specifically, other than there's like references to but that works in a live action context, probably mostly because it was sort of designed for it. Um, and then you kind of have something like, which I mean, I still enjoy it and I still like it, but like Looney Tunes Back in Action is kind of a little bit of, I think, of a little bit more of like a shoehorning than Who Framed Roger Rabbit, just because there is this compositeness of like, oh well, we have to have the cartoons in there, but then we also have to have like real people, and then it's kind of like, well, I'd rather just watch a cartoon with the cartoon characters and not with like the people. That's kind of I feel like becomes the gray area there of like, is it like cartoons with like real people, or is it just like, are they telling a story or something? I don't know. So
Okay.
I think
Those
it depends on.
examples Or like
No.
a mix though. It's like a 1-to-1, like the Disney remix we've been getting through these
Well,
years. Those are
I'm
like
not
1-to-1.
going I'm not gonna call those live action. That is stupid.
I don't know. I think
It's
Jungle
still
Book is technically
entirely
live
animated.
action.
It's it's
uh,
just they just gave them real life proportions. That doesn't does not mean it was live action.
yeah. My take on this, I'll go next, is I lean towards more the execution side of things, but I have to admit the idea of live action remixes slowly soured with me over the years because I think there's an inherent message now that's unintended when you do something like that, is that like somehow animation is a lesser medium.
Yeah.
Um, and that's kind of where I'm at on it today. Of course, live action remakes can still be good. I'm here's hoping for How to Train Your Dragon's live action being good. Um, but it's it's getting more complicated, I guess, because of how often it's being done. And there's a lot of early 2000s movies that are arguably have a lot of charm. I think there's definitely some flaws in like the Jim Carrey's Grinch, for example. But obviously, no one disputes that. Everyone considers that one of the definitive like live actions tellings of the Grinch. Like that's the one everyone watches and knows. So in the early 2000s, when it comes to adapting cartoons, I think there's a little more leeway because there is an overabundance of like this great practicality in terms of sets of how people are turning like these like really cartoonish and worlds and just making them into sprawling sets and stuff like that, which I think helps the early 2000s a lot in terms of how like they're turning their cartoons into live action and how those tend to be more well received because of it, because of all that hard work that they put in. Um,
Grinch was a good example.
yeah. Um, and I think I do had some trepidation going into this film, being it's my first time watching it all the way through because again I'm used to the cartoons, so and I also feel that feeling, I guess, of the more remake all the remakes that are being done today with like retelling all the old Disney animations in quote unquote live action, um, is kind of it has kind of helped sour that opinion a little bit, at least on the subjective side for me. Uh, though, yeah. So that's pretty much my take on it. And Springs, well, you go.
Oh boy, well I'm pretty close, kind of the mix of all of you. Not necessarily execution. I think that's too strong of a term of what I mean of how I see it. I think it's all about the taste of it because I think an adaptation can definitely be very different. Much like The Grinch is a great example, what you brought up of how the original is very um, just a bad guy in Christmas, and but everyone's nice. But the Jim Carrey one is very adult themed and ba- uh, backstory stuff and sexualized and all these different changes to it. But it also, I think, also what stands with an adaptation is the continuity of what it's going with. For that one, it didn't have many cartoony parts of like the Grinch running away and a puff of smoke of his silhouette's left behind, or he pulls his face and like really stretches it out like a cartoon or something. Like it's very grounded in the world it's made kind of thing of the adaptation. And I think for adaptations like that off of cartoons, it's just all about the taste of what they're going with. Trying to think of a bad example of one, but nothing's really come to mind. I've heard a lot of things about the second Flintstones movie going to like Vegas or whatever being awful, but I haven't seen it, so I couldn't count it. Um, I have seen the original Flintstones one with John Goodman though, and I think that's pretty decent to the cartoon matched up. And a lot of people might hate me for that, but I think it's lined up pretty well with what they're going with. Um, but yeah, I can't think of anything else. I just think it's all about the taste of what they're going with.
All right. Uh,
I mean, I guess like an example it's not like animated, but um there's the Mario Brothers movie from like the 80s or 90s that's live action, and then there's the Illumination one that came out a few years ago. And I mean, I like the live action one even though it's terrible, just because it's so weird and off-putting. But I think the animated Mario one is a closer thing is closer to the spirit of what the Mario games are than the live action movie is. And not just because they can do like gags that they can't do in live action or whatever, just because it fits the spirit of it more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually feel like video games are kind of in line with animation, right? Because they're not, depending on the game, of course, how
Yeah,
realistic
obviously,
something is. Like
'cause
like the
yeah.
Sonic movies, Jim Carrey as Eggman, right?
Mhm.
Uh, I would say that's a live action adaptation of a cartoon character.
All right. Uh, and I guess with that, we shall jump into our coverage. We are doing a 3-act structure. We will do popcorns within each act. Uh, and today, why don't we start with Spriggs?
Oh, wonderful! Thank you for choosing me. Because before we begin, I have 2 facts of my own to share.
Wonderful.
One is more definitive than the other, but the first one, which I'm 50-50 because I didn't fully look into it. Unfortunately, I just heard about it a lot. Supposedly, the castle ride is a real ride in an amusement park in Australia that people can go
Uh,
on.
I'm looking this up right
I
now.
did read that among the facts I was gathering. I don't know the name of it though.
Yeah, I don't know if it's built up from ground zero of just going off of the movie, or it's the actual like props of the film is the ride.
I'm sure they
Uh,
probably touched.
It might be a mix of both. I
I'm sure the
wouldn't be
swinging
surprised.
axis is part of it, but then they had to make it up to fit kind of the movie, maybe.
Maybe. It wouldn't surprise me if they did do that. I mean, like, even with our modern today's world theme parks, they retouch up rides for holidays and stuff like that all the time, and like redecorate everything to make it look different. Even if it's still the same base riding as its components, it does change the feel of the ride.
Yeah.
so looking that up, I found there is a ride based on this movie that came out in conjunction with the movie, in Australia. But so it wasn't existing before well, it did exist before the movie came out, but they retrofitted it for the movie.
Yeah.
So the original, I believe the original was the original title of it was Warner Brothers Classics and Great Lemon Adventure.
Oh,
It was a
title.
dark ride.
Interesting. All right.
And then the second
Uh,
more concrete fact I have is a Mr. Matt Hullum was the visual effects production manager behind the Tyrannosaurus Scrappy of this film.
Known
Of Rooster
for
Teething?
Founding father of Rooster Teeth production.
that
Cool.
explains a lot of the Scooby-Doo jokes that they made over the years.
I didn't know that.
That's cool.
That is cool.
You're still in charge jumping around the act first,
Oh,
though.
okay. Yep, that's right.
Oh, he tried to burn it with that.
We've touched about it in the VHS ones, and I guess easy to start here. And if we only want to talk about this one and not the other ones, that's fine. But this movie starts with a slight rendition of the theme song.
Yes, it does.
Bringing that up, I kind of think almost every single Scooby-Doo property that I can think of post like the 90s kind of does that almost. I'm not 100% sure. Do
Well,
they kind of do
the
updating?
Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue TV show, I don't think it did. Then again, that show was
Well,
not great.
yeah, I was gonna say, so wasn't that probably the problem?
Yeah. And hey, I don't remember Velma season 1 ever doing it too. Probably for the best.
Yeah.
It allows me
I
to
can't
divorce
recall.
it even more.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't
Um,
be the Scooby-Doo song; it would be the Velma song. So
Right.
It's 1/5 of the theme that they keep.
I mean,
for
yeah.
this,
No, I meant for like the
It's-
Velma show,
the-
like just Velma's portion of like a fifth out of the song or something.
Oh, I was gonna say, I felt like you'd actually quantified it in some way. Like the amount of notes used is 1/5 of the original.
No. But I think this
Um,
rendition in this movie is fine. It's decent, and I think it's also fitting of the time of 2002.
a lot of the music in this is definitely fitting with the time
I mean,
period. It was
they have Sugar Ray in this movie, so that just tells you how
yeah.
2000s this is.
it tells you everything you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. I don't think I was offended by the opening. It had a bit of a funky beat to it, which was nice. and I didn't hate it. So points already for the film for me not hating it, I guess subjectively.
Yeah. This is no
Whiter did not
Billy
hate the
Ray
movie so far.
Cyrus, which is Ghost version.
Yeah, not that version.
Ugh.
I think that one's still the worst version. Um, all right, Sinister. Why don't you jump to a point?
All right. I talked about this a little bit during our preamble, our kind of in the beginning. I tend to forget. I have to be reminded that Pamela Anderson is in this movie. Because it's just a very strange. Hey, ain't knocking Pamela Anderson, but it is a weird thing to be in this movie just because I don't know, like, I don't know why she's in the movie. I guess that's my it really could be anybody. That's the level of what it is.
It could be anybody, and
Yeah.
I don't know if she owed a favor to somebody or something.
I
I don't
don't
know,
I don't
but
know.
Is this
I
is
just a
this
cameo.
She just
is
really
this
wanted.
Shaggy's crush? Or
No,
do
no, no,
I,
no. She
think
just
it's
really
somebody else?
wanted to drive the Mystery Machine.
Oh,
That
that's
is. She's like one of like probably a handful of people who've driven the Mystery Machine who are not Mystery Inc.
that's true.
Yeah.
That threw me out a little bit, even though it was a cameo, because I had no idea who this strange
The
person was driving the Mystery Machine.
this strange person.
I mean, did she have the keys to it, or did they leave the van unlocked?
Well,
They leave the
also,
keys
why
in
did
the.
she like?
I think
She,
that they were all. I mean, everybody was clearly waiting outside to rush in at the second they
Was
could
this
solve the mystery.
staged? Was that part of the plan to have the fan club outside?
I don't know. Yeah, because she like crashes through. Like she could have gotten seriously injured or injured somebody else.
Yeah. I
It's very
think
reckless.
I think that is a one-shot take though. For
With
how many
the-
camera angles are on that Mystery Machine when it breaks in, I think it was a one shot. And it's very good. I do like the barrel that bounces off the camera in one angle.
It's definitely something where they definitely had to set it up. They would have had to set it up multiple times. With anything destructible like that, they'd have to do it like multiple. I'm sure there's probably multiple, just because, but that might have been probably the first one.
by the nature of the filmmaking.
Yeah, they were like, it's the best one.
Yeah, I mean, if they have multiple cameras, you probably could get one take of it, but I think they did a good job of it so far.
They did a good job.
I
But
agree.
yeah, I always forget that Pamela Anderson is in this, and it's not like I said, it's not bad. It's just a strange. It kind of actually, you know what? It's not strange. It sets the tone for the rest of the movie. They're like, okay,
You know what
Pamela
decade
Anderson
you're
is.
gonna be
You know
in?
who Pamela Anderson is, so that's get ready. You're in for the ride.
We're in for the ride of our lives.
Yeah, I guess you know.
Crimson.
Alrighty, I'll point out something. How about just as she crashes through Pamela Anderson,
Yeah.
you got the news and a whole bunch of fans right there waiting for everything. They just come out of the woodworks. So it's just kind of amusing thinking that there's a crowd outside waiting for the mystery gang to just capture this ghost so they can then barge in.
That's what I was saying. Was it staged?
Yeah, that's what we said.
Did they plan this?
Yeah.
Oh.
If the
We
Luna
said that
ghost
already.
went out of the
Meta
toy
reference,
factory,
I
would the
was
fans
talking
get
to
him?
someone in real life.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Shoot. A different point then. uh, I even though it's a bit thick on their like quitting at the end, like presumably they've had a couple years of doing this. I don't know
Obviously,
how
yeah.
old they are supposed to be here, but probably a couple years of doing the mystery stuff. How quick they just dip, kind of quick, but you got to get the movie going here, I guess. And I do like at least their reasons. Like Velma being upset with Fred for taking her credit all the time, Daphne feeling like underappreciated and not liking her role in the group. I think they did a good job with their reasonings.
I think
And
it's
they
smart
also-
that Velma
and
quit first.
Yeah.
And it was actual smarts and not pettiness.
Yeah, I also legitimately think that they did a good job, like supporting that reasoning too in the opening scene, which is very difficult to do because for an opening, this scene had to accomplish a lot. We're being introduced to the gang. We're being introduced to them on a case, and they're also introducing the rift that's already there that they're gonna extrapolate on at the end of the scene.
I would like to point out that they have the mystery machine, and they all have individual cars.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that's I wrote down. Where are they all going when they split up like that at the
Yeah,
end?
yeah.
Yeah, best guess is they're in Coolsville or wherever that this is supposed to be.
Or maybe that's we should read into it like, oh, they're now taking separate cars.
They've already been fracturing,
Yeah, they're
and I guess Shaggy owns the mystery machine
yeah.
'cause, he keeps it later.
I think he's always owned that. That's kind of always been his thing. No, Fred's
Has
owned
the
it in a
mystery
No.
couple
machine
renditions.
been?
It
Yeah,
kind
Fred's
of
owned it.
Fred's
it
always
kind of
driving.
depends. Yeah, Fred's always
But
driving. It kind of depends on the
you can drive
iteration.
things you don't own.
Yeah. I think that it's more fitting for Shaggy to own it just because of his usually his 60s related design.
Mm,
So it's obviously a very hipster designed van.
yeah.
Mhm.
So
I also just to talk on the mystery. There's that weird like because it's kind of done in like a little bit more of a done up a little bit. This like the back behind the rear tires, it's all like kind of blacked out on the side. You know what I'm talking about?
The fender?
Yeah, on the fender. Yeah, it's like weirdly like darkened, but you can see
uh,
that there's like just some orange. Like it's not like it's an overspray.
Is it just in this beginning
Just in
part,
the
or is it
rear.
for the machine the whole time?
No, the whole time.
I'll have
interesting.
to look at it. I didn't really,
I
pay
I didn't
attention to the
notice
mystery
that.
machine
So
all
I don't
that
know.
much.
I like caught it like for a split second, and then I was like, oh, maybe it's just like a goof or something. But no, it's there throughout pretty much pretty much the rest of the movie.
cool. I didn't notice.
It's just-
uh, Spriggs.
That's me. Man, is this movie dated? The
Who did it date?
the effects team.
oh,
The Luna Ghost coming in. The glass breaking is fine, but the hidden wires and it's a slight meta thing because it's like the mystery again is always like, oh, how they do this or how this would be achieved in a real world setting is to the audience. It's like I could pick up, oh, the Luna Ghost is flying on wires, but it's a contraption that makes him float with helium situation, and then Shaggy's close-ups in the barrel where he has his face. The Scooby, I don't know what you want to call it, prosthetic or whatever, of the legs on Shaggy's shoulders is just some gray pants, which I found really funny. And then the usage of the green screen of the half pipe of Shaggy's face inside the barrel is closely synced to the legs and Scooby out of the barrel, but the proportions are a bit off. Uh, so it's just all the looks of that, and then the constant like CGI usage in this movie is dated to that time. But it going in with the podcast perspective now of just like writing down the notes and everything how we do versus sitting down and just enjoying the movie for what it is. How I without it, I just see how dated it is now, and I'm like, oh boy,
Does it add a
Yeah.
level of charm?
uh, not for me.
Not for you.
uh,
Yeah.
I don't think I would
okay,
call it
Kind of
charm.
does for me, but
actually, let's. You know what? I think this is something where we need to quantify it. For it to not for it to be kind of on a certain level. So let's say the best CGI. Well, I'm just going to throw it out there, and then if somebody else is a better, and the best CGI we're going to say is Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. Is that
Ooh,
is that
good
is that
example.
is that a good
Of
that's
one?
this
good.
time
Or Avatar.
Yeah.
I don't know
of
what
this
came out in 2002 for.
of this time period, it might be Gollum.
Gollum.
You have Gollum, you
Okay.
have the cave troll from Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring, but you also have the troll in the dungeon from Harry Potter Sorcerer's Stone.
Yeah. I think of those of those CGI characters we have from this time period, I think Gollum might look the best.
Also, Crimson, you would know, what year did the Mummy come out?
99.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's also pretty close.
That one was pretty revolutionary with the effects on that one.
Yeah.
So continue the point, Sinister, you were going to make.
So then, like where does this sit? And then obviously the worst would just be some, I can't think of like any like really obviously bad examples from the time period, but I'm sure there are. So, but we have the best. So let's just say like some bargain bin or whatever thing, they just rushed in just put a CGI, slapped it, a 3D animated thing over a movie and just called it good or whatever. That's the worst. So how close is this to the bad and how close is this to the good? If we're taking in the time period.
Well, this isn't as bad as the PNG freeze frame effect in the Hulk movie.
The Jet Li one?
Yes, I think. Where he's like trying to put the thing in the Hulk's brain when he's like frozen in the hallway and then the explosion goes off and he's frozen.
Yes.
That's terrible.
That's the Jet Li one.
If there's something you want for bad CG in 2002, I found it looking it up. Kung Pao Enter the Fist. That was 2002.
Oh, that's a bad CG?
that's
that
got some bad
count.
CG in it.
That's
yeah.
okay.
That's a movie.
It is
Visual effects.
It is that
Does that count?
Yes.
So we're getting
it counts.
We're getting some.
No, it counts in comparison of
the low end of the scale.
Yeah.
So we got the low and the high end. I think this movie is like mid to mid low for CG effects. That's what I think.
I'm mid to mid low as well. As the first time viewer, my biggest fear going into this obviously was with the CGI Scooby. Having seen the film though, I think it's dated with the time period. I didn't think it was bad. At least I'm referring to CGI Scooby specifically. There's arguably some other.
No, I agree. I think Scooby's fine.
Do badly. I think Scooby's good.
The best, yeah.
Yeah, I think Scooby's the best, and I think that was what they needed to nail, considering how animated Scooby is like as a cartoon from the shows. And I think the CGI Scooby allowed them to get the best usage out of the character in this manner, because he's still doing the things like besides Shaggy, where he's like, mocking the monster and like mimicking things, and he's like imitating things that he runs into and stuff like that. So he's still carrying on, like he's doing the same thing that he was doing in the cartoons quite a lot of the time, and especially in the movies that we've covered in the podcast so far. Which is, I think, why I'm kind of happy they did go the CGI route, because it allowed them to facilitate the best usage out of the character.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I would also like to clarify, it was not Jet Li, it was Ang Lee. Ang Lee. Did not sound right when I said it, and I wanted to double check.
All right.
I'm in the same boat. I'm like, it's mid to mid low, but I don't know. Like when I'm watching it, I'm like, I don't think they did this badly necessarily. I just think they were limited on what they could do with it at the time. Like there's gonna be and I mean there's obviously gonna be like mess ups no matter what, especially when you're working with two different mediums in one.
I think I also appreciate, because of how CGI Scooby is, like how practical they made like on all the sets and everything. And obviously they still do some CGI stuff here and there and like dress things up, but I think I enjoy how practical a lot of the sets are and stuff like that, because it makes the cartoonish stuff around Scooby feel a little more real.
Yeah, it certainly feels more grounded, like in the nightclub or whatever, when Scooby runs across the table, all the stuff getting flung off the table aren't like CGI things, they're actual real life objects getting thrown.
Yeah. It's the details like that I think help to elevate like the CGI monstrosity feeling real, like it's actually there.
But see, people were like, "Oh, why would we spend money to do that practically when we already have a CGI guy? He should just do all the stuff."
That would be funny to watch some green screen guy doing all the Scooby-Doo stuff in the behind the scenes.
Yeah, I'm sure that's probably I should watch. I still have the DVD. I should see if there's any special features with that.
Well,
It'd be
there's
funny. It'd be hilarious if it was Andy Serkis. I would just die of laughter.
Oh, I'm sure it's not. I am sure it's not.
I'm
Andy
sure it's
Serkis.
not either.
That would him doing Gollum as Scooby would be amazing.
However, I do know this film has quite a few deleted scenes.
I was just about to say that. I recommend.
You're talking
anyone
about
to check those
the
out.
locker room?
I mean, that is one of them. But
yeah, I think
they
that's the
also
well-known
add
one.
context to certain things.
Yeah. There's the Fred where he's going over like one of his like Fred talks.
His Fred talks.
It's his
Fred to
Fred
Fred?
talks.
The many
Yeah,
faces.
Fred to Fred. Yeah.
Fred on Fred.
Um,
Yeah,
there's a Daphne one where she's doing like her kung fu or karate or whatever.
Killing vampires. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
All
what a
right,
Shaggy
let's-
putting on a ghost face.
Yeah.
I'll have to add it to my to-do list once I guess.
Once you find the time.
Once I find the time. Yeah, I didn't bother watching the deleted scenes, but if you guys are recommending it, I absolutely will.
I think.
I mean, I think it's good to come in with just like what was in the movie, so you're not kind of what wasn't in it doesn't kind of bring anything out of question.
I do think they are fine being removed, though. I don't think they leave a gap in their absence,
There's
but I
only
do think
Yeah,
they do add some context to stuff.
I can't think of
Yeah.
any that is like why they took it out. Like,
Mm.
Like this should really be here, type thing. I don't think.
yeah,
there's
I don't think
anything-
there's one like that.
Yeah, then they cut out all the fluff as they should,
Yeah.
I guess. All right,
I don't
that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Uh,
think like everything just kind of this is the best kind of sequence of events, I guess. That out of you take those out, yeah.
All right. Sinister. Want to jump somewhere else?
Yes, I will jump to 2 years later, dot dot dot. They're on the beach, Scooby and Shaggy. They're living it up, beach life, beach life, I might add.
Having veggie burgers.
Having veggie burger. So I was kind of curious if anybody had looked into, because I know we brought it up on Zombie Island that Casey Kasem said he was not going to voice, Shaggy if he didn't
Be a
or not Shaggy,
vegetarian.
but he wasn't. Yeah, if he was vegetarian. So I was wondering if, because in this one, and then they talk about it later on with Mary Jane that the reason she likes Scooby Snacks is because they're vegetarian. So then that kind of was like, okay, so Shaggy's a vegetarian in this, and so is Scooby. I found that interesting that Casey Kasem is not at all involved in this, I'm sure whatsoever, as far as like being on camera. And it's interesting that they went with that route, like many years after like those movies came out.
I think that's
most
fine.
of-
like a nod or reference.
That's sticking to
type
the
deal.
originality of Shaggy.
Yeah, I
Zombie
think
Island is what
Shaggy was-
changed it.
Yeah, I think most of Shaggy's iterations, he is well, at least in what I've seen, because I haven't seen a lot of the shows. I know he's just a voracious eater, is what I remember him as, but I don't really recall if he was a vegan in like a lot of those shows and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think he just ate a lot of food, and they just kind of because it was let's be honest here, it was a Hanna-Barbera, so they were reusing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was out of character necessity that he ate the same things or ate mostly. It was just like, oh, that's easy to draw and identify, so we're just going to use that over and over again.
Especially for a
That's fine.
cartoon food, like a sandwich, you just need something yellow, green, and red sticking out. It's not classified what those
Exactly.
things are.
Yeah. So and I know when we looked into like the Zombie Island thing that they just said that why they wanted him to not just be a vegetarian is that they felt that him being open to eating everything was important to the character. So that was what I was like. I remember the eggplant burger, but that was about it. And I was like, maybe he was just experimenting. But I'm like, nope, he kind of keeps that up throughout the whole movie where he doesn't really eat any, as far as I can,
Yeah, I mean, he sees the table of fake food later on in the film in the castle, delicious.
And he's like,
but
yeah.
they explain that it's fake, which I think is
Yeah.
what helps.
True, but it's a good
Yeah.
detail for that scene too that he says we got to eat, and we only see Scooby eat the sausages. We never see Shaggy take a bite of them.
Well, they're also fake sausages.
But he eats
so-
it though.
Yeah.
What's there out of it?
Yeah.
No,
So
the only
I just found
thing,
that interesting.
yeah, the only thing I guess I found counter to that's interesting that could still debatable is when Shaggy's talking about the banana split as the team, and he says Daphne's the pastrami bubblegum flavored ice cream.
Yeah.
True.
Also, ice cream's dairy. Well, that's not vegetarian. That would be
It's
vegan.
vegetarian. He's not vegan.
Yeah, so he still eats ice cream and stuff like that, which is good.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
meat flavored ice cream is what I'm getting at.
That might be. Well, I mean, that might be all the closest he gets to eating
Yeah,
actual meat.
could be artificial. So fine.
There's
It's
a
just
lot of garden variety burgers now that are like at restaurants and stuff like that.
true. What I'm getting at is the usage of writing that in.
Oh, I see.
Well, it's not stated that he's actually vegan, so I view it more as a nod or reference, and not like a rule break that he referenced pastrami, because we don't know if he actually is vegan. We just know he's eaten vegan stuff. So I don't think there's any inconsistency with his food in this.
All right. Crimson, would you like to jump some more?
Sure, I can go somewhere. Let's talk about the plane. This very strange plane.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
actual space on it
Wouldn't exist.
and legroom.
There's space on it. There's like a bar.
There's an
which,
open
I
tiki
mean,
bar.
there's stuff
Absolutely
for that.
not.
I mean, that private planes can have that. Which is why I'm like, okay, this is very special plane. This is this is a Spooky Island exclusive plane. Where they got a bar there that serves.
I was gonna make a joke about it being unrealistic, but once I saw it's a Spooky Island specific plane, I kind of tilted my head a little bit. I think that's fine. It's a
Yeah.
little weird that they arrived by boat.
Yeah, I don't know where
Well,
the
they
plane
got-
landed.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because
Obviously
it's an
they landed
island.
somewhere.
I don't know. That's a whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes some amount of sense, but I'm not gonna like. There's not enough given to extrapolate on it.
Would it be weird if
So
it
the
was the other
bar-
way around? Like if they took
Like
a
they went by
boat
boat to go to-
away, and then in the next scene it shows them getting off a plane.
I think that would be
I
a
mean,
bit
that
weird.
like I said, that could be explained away by like because you have turbulence and all that stuff. So maybe there's something with the island environment or whatever that the plane can't land on there, or they didn't want to pay for a landing strip, so then they have to go by boat.
You have to remember this. Remember, this is the early 2000s. You can hear a plane fly overhead. Everyone stops talking back in the day.
I was also going to say it's a small island, and it would be annoying just to hear
Yeah.
planes.
I can go
landing
with
all day.
there is no plane.
There's no plane.
This movie does not have a plane. They did not use a plane. That's where I'm
Oh, a
at.
real plane.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no plane
They
used.
use that. Yeah,
It's all sets.
Okay, well, yeah, you really
I-
got me. I'm like, I
yeah, I
see
was
a
like-
I see a plane in the movie. What are you talking about? Okay, a
No, that's a
practical
boat.
plane.
That's a boat,
You know,
Crimson.
yeah, that was a CG plane, and that was the set. Yes. But so the bar technically possible if it was like a custom plane, uh, just for Spooky Island, which
Yeah,
would be
but the
quite an
hedges in the middle
investment on
of your seats.
Mr. Bean.
Have you? Okay, hold on a second here. If we're busting hairs on the, have you seen like old planes, like 60s planes, like
I
private
have.
jets and stuff? Yeah, they had bars in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the bar
and private planes
idea has
have
been
them
around
too,
for a
so.
while.
Yeah, like the freaking Led Zeppelin. They had a whole like I think they had a fireplace
Oh.
in theirs.
Led Zeppelin. Interesting connection there.
That is an interesting connection. I got more on the plane that I was going to lead into is
Uh-huh.
do you not buy tickets for seats? Because why the heck would Velma and Fred be sitting next to each other unless that was really coincidental that they both bought tickets by each other?
That's
Um,
and
and then Mary Jane's just
Mary Jane is
hey,
the
can I
problem.
sit there?
I don't. Yeah, so I don't have an issue with Freddie and Velma getting sat together because presumably the owner bought all the tickets, being a Scrappy-Doo somehow. Because they said it was an all for expense paid trip, so they didn't buy the tickets; they were gifted the tickets.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with them getting their assigned seating. I think that it's weird that some random girl is like, "Hey, can I sit there?" That's what implied to me, like, oh, I guess they're not assigned seating.
I found it weird that they're in the air when that happened.
You can walk
Proof.
around.
Yeah, well, she had a seat in the bathroom. She's like
Yeah.
No, she
Bones
was
from
she was
Star
sitting
Trek.
with like two guys, and then she was like uncomfortable, visually uncomfortable. So then she like wandered away.
That's what you thinking happened?
No, that's what
I
happened.
mean, he's saying it's
I
possible.
watched the movie. No, she's
Uh,
if you see when they take off, you can see her sat with like two guys, and they're like hitting on her, and she's like visually uncomfortable.
oh, I missed it.
I
Alright,
completely
then I
missed
guess-
that.
Visual storytelling then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good job. And I think you're right. I see them. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool. All right. So it makes sense she would get up, and she just happened to see an open seat. I think that works.
2 points for Sinister.
Then I guess it's just lucky that there's a spot there, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's lucky that it
less
happens to be.
crazy than the other
It's
thing.
lucky that it happens to be the main characters, and it's lucky that she happens to be allergic to dogs, which is like intrinsic to the character of Scooby.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo also
Also,
evidently murdered a cat on the plane.
Oh, still doesn't
No,
like
so
animals.
he's not.
Cat.
So he's not a vegetarian.
In this
Oh.
world, he yeah. In this
Oh, he didn't
world,
eat it.
You don't know.
He could have.
Yeah, he said don't
could
eat
have
the kitty. You
tried.
wouldn't say that unless he was going to eat the kitty.
There's an implication that he might have killed / eaten the kitty. We don't
Yeah.
see it until later.
Or
We don't see it
attempted.
later. So,
Would
though,
that destroy Scooby?
If
he
you
like
just ate a cat.
yeah, like
in
could
the
he
R
still be
version of
lovable?
this,
Yeah.
in the R version of this film, there's just blood on his jaw.
Yeah, Jesus, that is horrifying.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sprinks, got a place you want to jump to?
Yeah, there's an error of Daphne with the Luna ghost, and she's ungagged, and then it shows the
Yeah.
barrel, and then it cuts to her, and she's gagged.
And we can't have her being gagged when she's yelling for help.
Pretty much. Yeah,
Did
yeah,
he-
continuity error. There's a few of them in here.
there's for a 2000 movie.
That's
Yeah,
probably
there's gonna
one.
be a lot. Person.
Yeah, I'll jump to. I guess it's not an issue anymore because the reveal of the owner being a Scrappy-Doo might have recontextualized this. But
Oh,
why
Ah.
is he greeting people on the island? It's like I'm assuming he's specifically there for the mystery gang, but it's kind of implied he does this all the time.
it's a Walt Disney reference, okay?
I don't know. I think he's just there to find the gang. Like, he knows they're arriving that day. So he's, like, staying in
Okay.
character.
But it's also a chance that Nefarious, the real one, actually does that, and Scrappy has to keep up the persona.
He's been doing
That's
that for
also a
2
possibility.
years.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Not all at once, but yes. I just thought it was a little weird that it was of course it was the owner doing the announcing and greeting. I have less. I don't think it's as convenient as much anymore because I think Scrappy Doo would go and make sure. Oh, great, the gang is
Oh,
all
they
here.
actually showed up.
Yeah, I think that's why he's doing it. I was just a little thrown out of it on my first watch of the film without knowing who that was.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see that.
Mm.
And that also a continuity error with that because he points out to the gang and then it cuts back to him and his arms are down. So.
Oh, yeah, he
Yes.
was not in that thing.
Definitely not.
There's not a person in that thing.
Rowan Atkinson wasn't in there. Are you serious? He should have been.
Mr. Bean? Mr. Johnny English? Or what?
Wow,
What
Johnny
was that
English.
Mr.
Nice
Blackadder.
reference.
name? Yeah.
Look,
Yeah,
I
the
love
legend.
the Blackadder World War I arc. It's so great.
That's the best one.
Yeah, it's honestly some of the funniest parts of British humor ever, isn't that?
The old days.
A tiny little thing that I quite liked was I liked when Orion in the beginning. Even though the gang still breaks up, I liked that they still, they still have a lot of friendly love for each other, if that makes sense. Like there's still they still clearly very much have a bond with each other, and I just love the little part where Fred apologizes to Velma, and she just goes, "I know, Fred." She just feels it's a tiny little exchange.
She
that I really
almost
appreciated.
died.
I
Yeah.
know.
I know. Yeah, if you got hit by a oof, that would hurt. Get hit by like a fire hose. Oof.
Yeah. See, the thing
Especially
is, right?
drinking out of one.
Because of what was happening earlier, I already took that as cartoon logic. I didn't actually think she was
No.
going to die. Obviously, I think she would very much die in real life, but
Oh yeah.
I was already applying some cartoon logic to this world just because of the nature of how everything's being portrayed.
Well, yeah, but if she wasn't, that chain wasn't around her leg and she fell, she wouldn't bounce off the concrete and then land and go, "Ow!" Like it's not cartoon.
Well, I mean,
Jinkies,
it'd be funny if she did, but yeah, it would be weird.
I mean,
So
there's
yeah,
a balance here of cartoony, even applied to the live action people. Like at the very end, Shaggy with the pepper gets smoke coming out of him, right?
hmm
That's not real. That's cartoony. So there is
Wait, that doesn't
some
actually
applied.
happen?
I know there's some applied cartoon logic with the live
Oh yeah,
action
they kind of
people, and
have
not
to.
just Scooby himself.
Yeah, because if Scooby was the only one being like cartoony, then it wouldn't really it wouldn't feel the same. But if they're kind of all have like a balance of cartoony in there, it kind of feels a little bit more like you don't question it as much.
Is Scooby the only character that has sound effect? No, never
No.
mind. I just changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
other characters have different moments where they have sound effects to their movements.
Well, there's a whole scene we're gonna get to in Act Two. It's a lot of sound effects.
that is very true. Uh,
Um, I
all
wanted
right.
to touch
Si-
on something.
yeah, Sinister. I was going to pick you next anyway,
Oh,
so go.
okay, yeah. I beat you to it, I guess, in a way. Uh, so there's a bunch of on the island. There's a bunch of like mascot people or whatever. There's a kind of a whole different. There's a lot of subsections for it. You got the guys wearing the big heads, or the ones wearing like the kind of the pullover masks and whatnot, and the horns.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
there's and obviously we're in a tropical locale. In the I'm gonna guess in the midst of summer. I'm gonna take a
Spring break.
guess.
It's
Uh,
May.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
spring
said
break.
they
Spring
said
break.
May.
Yeah,
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 the place for all young college
yeah.
students to go for spring break and party.
Um, tell me then, why is there a man in a pink like fur long outfit on a tropical island?
He's zany. That's his thing.
I don't know.
He
I saw Ryan Gosling in Barbie. I think it checks out.
Oh, completely different. Vastly
completely
different.
different. Massively different. But it was just like because every other kind of guy is, or like mascot or whatever, is kind of dressed in a way that would be somewhat appropriate for like an island environment. And he's wearing a long sleeve, obviously kind of like almost sweater shirt, and a big felt hat, felt head or whatever. I was like, that guy looks like he does not belong on the island.
That's true. Um,
So then I
My-
immediately
His
thought he was the
nephew.
bad guy.
Ah,
yeah. There was a. I just had to stop because I mentioned Ryan Gosling and Barbie. I think Ryan Gosling would make a good Fred.
I can
Yeah.
agree. I could see that.
he'd be fine.
we should swap him into this movie somehow. See what happens.
Well, with the introduction of AI,
Anything is
Could do it.
possible.
yeah. Sprinks like to jump somewhere.
Oh, sure. Let's see here. The hydroclonic joke.
Mhm.
Interesting to
had one?
keep in.
And there's some interesting stuff in here. Did any of you translate the French phrase that
Yeah, it
Peggy
is
said?
interesting. What it
Yeah.
was not on the cutting room
Yep,
floor.
that's actually a
Yeah,
song.
so did I. Yeah, it's just weird to have that in the kids movie. It translated to "Would you sleep with me?" Interesting.
I
Oh,
think
and Fred sang "Biatch," and on the DVD because I watched the DVD of it, the
DVD.
subtitles just said "bitch."
Oh.
Didn't say
Well, hey,
biatch.
because that's what it is.
Oh yeah,
That's
they say crap, ass, bitch.
they don't say the F word.
Son of a
Oh. Yeah,
block
almost
with
say
the
that.
door.
Yeah, this is PG, right? Not PG-13.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing then how much they got away with, especially in the early 2000s for that.
Well, it was
Yeah,
also
it's
Warner
pretty
Brothers, so
on the
they had a
line.
little bit of a pull.
That's true. And let's be honest, most of those kids heard that language on the school playground long before they got permission to say the word.
I don't know. In 2000s, I don't think there were that many potty mouths. There were a few for sure. Not as many as now with the freaking internet.
Yeah,
Internet.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Crimson.
Okie dokie. Let's talk. Oh no, that's probably
No,
Spring's
no.
point. I don't want to steal that. Springs
Thievery?
was proud of that one. Yeah,
Unintentional
Message him,
thievery?
message him privately and see if it is.
Hey, be careful. Start talking around like
uh,
that, Ryder's gonna pull the host card on you.
the name ends with "do." I'm sure Springs wants to
Oh, hey, you can
reference
you can
that.
take
So
Do if you want. He's in this
I
movie
could take
twice,
"do."
and I forgot he was in the second scene.
I know
Oh
he's got
yeah, Mr.
continuity. Melvin Do, the champion himself, got a Mr. Do on the phone. All right, looking for a Mr. Do.
Yeah, and you know what? I
Melvin
have a
Do.
crazy thing to say. I think Melvin Dew is more needed in this movie than Daphne is in the entirety of Alien Invasion.
I can agree
And
with
I
that.
agree.
Yeah, I
He's
agree.
got continuity. It's great. He's not a one-off.
Yeah. And in case you weren't here for that one, Sinister, we agreed
Hmm.
Daphne was a character we could just pull out of the film for Alien Invasion.
Yeah.
A removable character as she was.
So do two. So obviously, I'm not going to split hairs, but do two gags make him more usable than? 'Cause he doesn't really contribute anything other than the two gags. But is that enough to have him be more involved?
Jokes
Then
aside,
Daphne? Yes.
no. I mean,
Oh,
his
we got two
presence
counter.
didn't push
Yeah.
anything. If Scooby just got the phone, then he goes to the burgers. It's not like Melvin's joke pushes him towards the burgers or anything. So
But the fact that
technically,
he's
he
there
doesn't
kind
add
of
anything
yeah, but the
Yeah.
fact that
other
he's
than
there
comedy.
it inherently helps set up later on when he's there again for another gag.
I guess so. I like it more of the fact that Do is only regarded to Scooby-Doo in any cartoon. You know, it's like a Mr. Do or a Dr. Do or anything. It's just Scooby who's there or shows up.
Dude.
I like the joke of it that someone else actually has Do as a last name.
Yeah, that's funny.
Uh,
And you could argue his presence as a joke outweighs Daphne's presence of nothing in Invasion. So
yeah, I
there's that.
guess.
Yeah.
Um,
I have a similar one. The Led Zeppelin guy that's with Velma during the whole like
Yeah.
I
we've
pitch him
entered
for
the
removable
island.
character list, please.
Yeah. I'm not
I
quite on the removable character list. I think he does serve a point,
He's an
but
exposition dump. That's all he is.
yeah, it's exactly what he is, which is
yes.
still a point.
Rewatching this version, I still can't tell if he's working for Nagutana.
yeah, he's not. I had
I
the same
can't
thought.
tell if
I had the
he
same
is an
thought.
actor or not.
Oh, you think he's
No, he
terrible
was
at
just
acting?
no, he was just
He just
there.
seems like someone they pulled from the set and like, hey, you want to do the do
Hey,
that?
you want to hit on Velma? He's like, I'd rather hit on Daphne. No, you have to hit on Velma. Okay.
Um, I guess the answer to your question, Spikes, I think he is the worst actor in this. Whether or not he's a bad actor, I wouldn't go that much, but I don't think he's good.
He is serviceable.
Yeah, he's serviceable to bad is kind of where I'd level him.
Yeah.
I don't think he's removable though.
No,
He
because you have
does
to
serve a
you
point.
get the whole Scrappy Doo thing. Yeah. I mean, you could probably filter that in better, but he technically does it, so I can't really take that away.
I mean, I pitched it more as a joke because I
I
think he's
know.
my least favorite part of this movie. Actually, he kind of annoys me every time he's on screen.
Oh.
Well, because you just know that he's just there to move the plot
But
along.
he's just there. He's not interesting. He's not compelling in any manner.
He
They
wears
don't
a
really
Led Zeppelin
do any.
T-shirt.
That's right. He does. So, I don't fancy
That's
the
what they were
man.
casting for.
That's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
No one needs to fancy the guy. I love it. Well, I didn't like the CGI monster that Scooby meets in the woods, but I do like the I
Hamburger.
guess the reaction when Scooby gets away and he's running through like we talked about it briefly, but I like how he interacts like with the practical stuff on the table that he knocks over as he's running back.
Mm.
I did think that
It's
was.
Monster.
Would you say Springs?
I do think that was good. The interaction of the environment around him, pushing the guy down the stairs and moving the table when he goes under it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of like tiny details that they do a good job of trying to make you feel like Scooby's actually there, even though he's a CGI. So
Mhm.
another little tiny point of praise for me on that
They
front.
give him weight, which is good.
Yes.
They do.
How are we looking on our notes for Act One? Just
Oh, I got
vibe check real quick.
I have like one thing.
A good amount.
All
Okay.
right, then we're going to be bouncing between Crimson and Springs for a bit. Crimson, go.
Okay. At timestamp 2726, Shaggy clips through Scooby's paw, and this is at the castle when they enter the set place. Found that interesting. So an animation error there.
Mhm.
Slight little thing.
I will go to. I like it when Scooby is again imitating everything behind Shaggy. When they're trying to refuse going into the castle with Daphne.
Mm.
I also like that Daphne went with the two of them because she's trying to prove a point to herself, and obviously she knows Fred is probably overprotective and doesn't want to deal with that as well because she knows that they're not also going to try to steal her credit. So she's still bringing like help, but it's not going to
I was
overshadow her.
conflicted with Daphne with that actually, because in her mind she's no longer the damsel. She wants to be the hero. So getting Shaggy and Scooby was her getting bait to save somebody. Right?
Was it bait? Was that what she was thinking?
Or I also thought of it as like
'Cause
obviously
I
they're
did not
not
have
going
that.
to
I did
steal the
not have that
credit.
interpretation at all.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's how
have
I
I
thought it
any.
was
kind of felt with it.
Yeah,
uh,
She didn't
I
need them.
I didn't get that on this watch, so I can't really speak to that. I just got she's being smart because she's getting some people to go in with her. That's pretty much what I got.
Yeah, I didn't take Daphne necessarily as independent, but more so leader. Like she wanted Fred's role kind of thing.
Well, why wouldn't she go for Velma then? If she was worried that
Well,
Fred was
because
gonna like
because
downplay her current
she's
status.
competing with Velma too over the mystery. Remember, they all want to solve it on their own. So she grabbed the only two people who don't care enough to try and solve it on their own. Like they Shaggy and Scooby would be willing to team up.
And I think it still shows their relationship a bit when they first meet in the airport and Fred and Velma see Daphne. Fred, is like, oh, Daph, hey. Velma's first words are crap.
Yeah, that's true.
So they haven't really rekindled their relationship.
Any? Did you want to add anything more, Crimson, or just
Um,
taking it
I
in?
mean, I viewed it more as like an amalgamation of all the things we just
amalgamation.
talked
Good
about.
word.
Because I do feel they were a bit baity, but I also see it as she wants to be separate of the other two because they're more competitive.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's fair. Springs got a point.
I'll touch on the costume design of the game, and I think their outfits are nicely done of how like color coded they are to stick to the character, but slightly tweaked of different outfits of the environment, and they're not in the same thing the whole time. Like Velma's not in her orange turtleneck the entirety of the movie.
No, but she is when she's in control, though.
Oh, when she's given a point, she is.
No, I mean like when she's possessed, then she changes her outfit. But then as soon as she's pretty much after she's like not possessed and they've had time to regroup, she goes right back to the turtleneck.
You think it's a comfort on to Velma to cover
I
herself up, and someone else
well,
taking
yeah,
over?
obviously, but I was just pointing that out.
Yeah,
I I think the costumes are good.
yeah, I actually have a note on the costumes. I like how the gang still stand out due to their costumes. Like their costumes are like still intrinsic to their original character design from the cartoons and stuff like that, and it helps them stand out when compared to everyone else around them. And but when the camera focuses on someone like Mary, you can tell that she fits more into the world around her than with the gang themselves. And I think I like the fact that costuming can evoke that feeling of them being deliberately like the main character without being overt, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Yeah, I like how the costumes actually feel like I could see real people wearing these things, and I kind of compare it to like Cat in the Hat. Like, a lot of people in that, even though they're still vibrant colors, kind of like the gang here, these just feel like actual grounded costumes, while Cat in the Hat feel like whimsical, cartoony outfits, even though
It
they're
feels like a Dr.
similar.
Seuss,
Yeah.
shockingly enough.
Yeah, weird.
Um,
I don't know why that is.
yeah, I know. But yeah, so that's one of the things I did like about this movie as a whole is just with as far as the costumes are concerned, they do a good job of making the gang stand out, but not like cartoonishly stand out. Funny enough,
Yeah.
like they still fit within the world.
I think my only kind of issue, and it's not a big issue. It's just a nitpick, probably. Um, doesn't damage the movie or anything for me. But because I kind of remember, I was like, oh yeah, I remember Fred. He changes like kind of his look a bit, post the gang breaking up and everything. I kind of thought that like sort of everybody other than like Scooby and Shaggy did, but they really don't. Like, I mean, Velma basically wears the exact same thing, which is fine because that kind of fits Velma. And then Daphne kind of changes her look a little bit. She doesn't wear as much accessories and stuff. But Fred is kind of the most like blatantly different, and I don't know if how I like that he's kind of the only one that is radically different, whereas all the rest of them are pretty much within the same. You know.
Well,
They have the same color schemes and stuff like
Fred's
that.
dropped the white. It's mostly just all blue.
Yeah, but he got a haircut. That's what I mean. Like he's got a haircut, and but like it's a very obviously hairstyle change. Whereas Daphne and Velma are kind of like basically just wearing. Daphne's situation, she's not wearing as much of like the accessories and stuff, whereas Velma's just basically wearing the exact same thing.
Yeah, because Fred had like the classic Fred haircut in the Luna Ghost intro, and then he gets the more
Mhm.
streamlined cut later.
Interesting
Uh,
that Fred kind of looks more like his normal self as he goes along in the film when the gang is rebuilding their relationships and stuff. Not to
Yeah.
get too deep into costume theory, but
Yeah.
Well, it makes splendid. He has many faces.
The main faces of me.
uh, so good point. Crimson, you got another point?
Yeah, so Daphne offers Shaggy and Scooby snacks enter the castle. At which point I'm like, did she buy them on the island, or has she kept them in her purse for 2 years?
Good point.
Or she could just be lying.
No, she gave them Scooby snacks out of her bag.
She did.
Maybe, yeah. I
So
would.
either the 2-year-old Scooby snacks, or she preemptively bought them for this.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, from the VHS, we know Shaggy and Scooby eat stale Scooby snacks.
Yes, but different Scooby.
Yeah.
Different continuity.
Yeah, it's Velma who fed them like the 2-year-old Scooby snacks, right? And it's not Witch's Ghost. It was Zombie Island.
That was Daphne.
Invasion.
Was it? No, it was
Invasion. Velma gave
Yeah.
it to them in the van.
Well, no, Zombie Island.
Zombie
Is
Island
when
when
she's
they're at
like, I've been
Daphne's
holding
house.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they throw them onto the lawn and have a joke about it because they're old and stale.
Invasion was the secret second box.
Yeah. That one was just like empty. Yeah.
So yeah, all right. I think there are ways she could get it, but I'm not sure because of what's it called? It's not really clear how she could get it. They didn't really build anything for it, so I will chop that down as a small error. Yeah.
We never see Daphne on the plane.
Yeah, like it'd be something if like Scooby Snacks were so popular in this world, like we're shown like vending machines with them and stuff like that. Because like there's ways that I think they could have introduced how she got them, just by them like walking past the vending machine in the airport and showing that they're full of Scooby Snacks. So that's one of the things you can get.
Yeah.
Like that stuff like that, I think would have been enough to like, okay, they're pretty wide, they're widespread enough in this world to be in like vending machines. I wouldn't have much of an issue with her getting them, but her just having them on an island, yeah, I think it's a little weird, especially since they don't really meet until the island, I guess.
No. I mean, Mary Jane
It's a
has him on
weird
the
thing.
plane, but there's no interaction between
Mhm.
Daphne and Mary Jane to like trade up or whatever, and that would be a weird interaction. And then Mondavarius has him in his office, but that I think is totally believable because that's probably pre-planned.
He's scrappy.
You
Yeah,
know,
Well,
I kind of, now that you said that, I kind of now want a scene of them trading up for Scooby Snacks. That would be a very strange interaction.
it would be a weird one.
it would be funny, but
It would add nothing to the movie other than it would just be weird and funny.
Oh, it could be
but,
something if
like,
Mary Jane's asking Daphne for like beauty tips, anything to trade.
uh,
but why would she get
I
Scooby
mean,
Snacks?
Well, she wants beauty tips to look good for Shaggy, but then Daphne's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm out of Scooby Snacks, and I have an idea how to get Shaggy and Scooby to the castle," kind of thing.
yeah,
I mean,
there,
yes,
see,
that
there's
would be the
ways to
one way that would work. Yeah.
yeah, like I said, there's ways to get the interaction to work. I think it would feel a little forced even in that sense.
It would feel
Yeah.
like fluff, even though
Yeah.
it's adding
Fluff?
context. It would feel like a
Yeah.
fluff scene.
Yeah.
Get your fluff
Um,
out of here.
It's just one of
Yeah,
those
so
things.
I guess
Daphne has it.
yeah,
Who knows how?
yeah.
Yeah.
Brinks got a
Only
point.
Yes, on the plane where Scooby is barking at the cat, and Fred turns to Velma to explain what to do when a dog's in the situation and barking a lot. When Fred is talking to Velma, Scooby's barking subsides and goes silent until it cuts frame of Fred looking at Scooby again.
Oh yeah, I mean
Um,
that's just for entertainment. Um, but I guess in terms of in universe, it does not make sense for them. I guess.
That's just a cartoon thing. Like when they like, there's a TV on and the family's talking, and then they turn away from the TV and the TV goes off.
Yeah,
mhm.
pretty much.
I will jump to. I think Velma overacts in the
Oh,
scene where they're telling the story of the island, like around the fire pit, and she spots the hall projections and stuff at the end. I think the actress like looked too scared for someone as confident as Velma would be, knowing that there's hollow projections and stuff like that.
are you bashing the great Linda Cardellini right now? Are you
What
serious
he's
right
doing.
now?
Her point,
I think
though, anyone with common sense can see that. I
yeah,
don't
with the
understand
way
how they're like, oh, so smart. Oh, that's impossible. It's so easy.
the best faith assumption is everybody but Led Zeppelin dude beside her.
They're already possessed.
Was yeah, exactly. That's best faith assumptions. Everyone else there is already possessed, except for like the new group that Velma, Led Zeppelin, and that the people that they've joined the group for the first time. That's best faith assumption.
This guy's also in like he's playing a character. So and it's like going
Oh
to
Hey,
no, no, no,
Disneyland and
no.
be like, "You're telling me that wasn't Woody? That was a
are you
guy in a
telling me
costume? Is that what you're telling me right now?"
a
I
shrimp fried this rice?
I don't know where you're getting that from. What I said. I'm referring to Velma here, not
Oh,
him. I think he's acting. That he's doing his job. As far as I'm concerned, that's his job on the island at this point.
I was going with Sprinks's point of the guy saying she's smart for something obvious.
mhm.
Woody is in Disneyland.
Is he
Huh?
though?
I thought that was going to be more of a laughter joke. Anyhow,
What was the joke?
that
Is it
that
I
fell
was
flat.
lost.
That fell unbelievably flat.
Yeah,
Well, you could explain it, and it might be funny.
Well, Crimson brought up like, "Oh, Woody's in Disneyland. That's real or whatever," and I'm like, "Well, yeah, he is, but or it is terrible.
I don't get
I
it.
don't get
This is so bad."
But
that's
so is
funny.
it because obviously he is in Disneyland? Is that the
I want to drop this bit. This is atrocious.
No, I think I
fucking-
understand. I think I understand finally what
Yo.
Spruce was getting at.
you.
If I was in Velma's shoes, I would have found the hologram projectors.
Okay.
I'm not. I think you don't understand the point I made. But all right.
Yeah. Anyways,
My point with this scene
Yeah.
was that I don't understand the acting, or I don't understand how
Yeah.
why Velma's reacting a specific way, because she's acting like really frightened when she sees the holo projectors. So those two things
I
didn't
get it.
coincide for me, and I think that for me is the problem with the character in the scene. So that's a little nick to Velma for me.
She's too shocked for how fast she is to solve it.
Yeah.
Something I find amusing about the projectors is they had to have recorded that with a monster, because that was one of the demons. That wasn't some other made up monster or anything. That was one of the demons we see
Yes.
later.
I mean,
So they had to
scientists
do a
have fun.
recording session for the hologram.
They teach them school.
Now act scary.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a studio. I think they can accomplish that.
they can, and they did, and I find that amusing.
These
I would have
demons
liked
need
to
to
have
know
seen that.
what's enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
What I don't understand, well, I guess this is more going to be third act stuff. I'll wait on that. Crimson, go.
The burger trap thingy. I feel like that is kind of removable, actually, because
no,
nothing
it's
really comes of
genius.
it, and there's easier ways to get Scooby-Doo than just a random phone call where he just happens to be by himself and not with Shaggy or any of the gang members.
Who is on the phone? Is that supposed to be Scrappy?
At this point, I think
don't
it's
know.
supposed to either be Scrappy or someone who's working for Scrappy.
Yeah,
So
that's
the burger scene, in now looking back on it in context of the rest of the film, I think that's Scrappy's first attempt to get Scooby.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I would agree with that. I just feel like there's other ways of doing that, like
I-
when they're sleeping or something.
You know what? I disagree. I'm for it.
Disagree?
I'm for that scene.
The whole
Okay.
phone call and hamburgers.
Yeah,
We'd miss out on Do.
it is so obviously shit. I like it.
Okay.
It is so yeah. It's so like obviously bad. I can't help but enjoy it.
You guys are forgetting we would lose out on Mr. Do with this scene.
I'm happy losing Mr. Do. I'm happy losing Mr. Do, but this dumb hot dog or dumb hamburger bag that it's so stupid. I like it.
I think the interesting thing for me here is that, like, I think it's in character for Scooby to do this because it's food. I think that's why
it just makes him too dumb, though. It really kind of.
Well, I mean,
feel like, yeah, that's my one problem with it.
Yeah, it's strange because I want to like the scene mostly because of like the way that they're going about like using Scooby-Doo's character traits to get him to a specific point in which he's a ferocious eater, so they're using food to bait him. I really like that aspect to it, but I think I'm in agreement when that the plan is terrible. Like, I'm not sure what the plan was because it looks like they were trying to like capture Scooby-Doo or kill Scooby-Doo. We're not really sure at this point in our first watch through. I think what would have made it better is if it was a trap instead of a monster.
Yeah, like there's a
Yeah,
net
kind of
or
revealing the
something.
monster really early. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I think a classic net, and then we can see like the silhouette of the monster as Scooby figures out. Like a Scooby-Doo avoids the net, so like the monster was supposed to grab the net, and like the implication being in this revised version is once the net captures him, the monster's supposed to take him back to Scrappy. But since it doesn't work, we can see Scooby get away and see the shadow of the monster.
Yes. But you got to play it to both sides of the situation of the movie's purpose and then the character's purpose. So Scrappy to capture Scooby would have to do it in a way that's smarter than just one demon to go get him, which is the net situation you're giving. But you also need to do it in the way where Scooby does escape from it so that the game doesn't believe him of a boy who cried wolf situation.
I think the one monsters would be enough because the idea that the net would capture him would do the job. But because there's still not everybody's been turned yet. So like there's still all the new arrivals, they're still partying. So it's still a very crowded area around. I think more than one monster would be risking being spotted too early. Um so I think I take issue, I guess, with the I with the scene as it is. I'm in agreement with Crimson. I think we can make this scene better, and it's not great.
Yeah, my thing that I think is too dumb of the scene is when Scooby puts his head in the bag looking for hamburgers, and it's obviously an empty bag, and he's still looking. That I think is too far.
Yeah, I agree. He's a dog. He should smell it. He
Maybe they
should smell
coated the
that it's
bag in
empty.
hamburger.
Um, I think one of the weirder things for me is Scooby weighing more than the monster to bend the tree over. I attribute this mostly to cartoon logic, obviously, but it still needs to be noted, I guess, that the Scooby weighs more than the monster.
Trying to think if that science works.
Well, what's the science?
What's giving that Scooby weighs more than the monster?
Oh, he bent the tree all the way over, and it slingshots the monster back.
But wouldn't that just need Scooby needs to weigh more than the structure of the tree?
No, my issue is that he he would need to weigh more than the structure of the tree. I'm fine with that. My issue is that he weighs more than the monster because both he and the monster are on top of the tree. But because of the way it's bent, it's implied that Scooby is the one that weighs the most, and when he gets off of it, it slingshots the monster away.
Strikes the science that Ryder is saying is when Scooby gets off, the tree should have stayed bent with the monster on it.
Oh, and that shows how light the monster is. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's showing that the monster's lighter than Scooby because when Scooby got off, the monster got flung instead of just the tree staying bent. Because then the monster would be the same or more than Scooby.
Understood.
Thank you for the translation. I was trying to figure out how best to phrase that.
No
Save me the
problem.
time.
No problem.
Yeah. So that would be my issue with it so far because I think that's an introduction of the inconsistency of at least the physics as far as the monsters are concerned.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I would agree. It's cartoon logic
Unless
applied
it's
for
to
that one.
really state how light the monsters are.
Yeah, but they're not consistent with that.
No.
Something that's that light would not be able to bust through fucking flooring.
That's true. And they don't exactly float out the window when they jump out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. They
So-
hit the ground hard.
Yeah. So even though this is cartoon logic, I think they're a bit inconsistent with the cartoon logic for the rest of the film.
Okay.
On the topic of Scooby being too dumb with the bag, I think they made Fred a bit too dumb too. One particular example is at the airport.
The writing usage of
When,
Fred's dumbness is interesting to me. How much it's played.
Because at the airport, Scooby dressed up as a grandma, and after like, who would be stupid enough to fall for that? And Fred's like, who's the old bird or something like that?
Yeah.
Rod.
Who's the ugly old bird? And he
Ugly
didn't
old
say it in a
bird.
joking manner either. He was
No,
actually
he's
serious.
They also do it when they're in the castle. And shoot, there's a line where Daphne says something. I probably have it in my notes.
And while you're gathering at Springs, I'll touch on Crimson's point. I like the joke. I think they just need to make Fred say it more deadpan. So like make it obvious he's being sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
The line
like
of
post-
the only thing missing is a mindless zombie, and then Fred enters the castle.
Well, that's more contextual humor than him actually being dumb.
True, but that's still structurally written and played that Fred's dumb.
I saw something where somebody was talking about, kind of a lot of like the post, direct to video movies and stuff. They really don't know what to do with Fred because Fred kind of has to be like like the perfect guy or whatever, and it really kind of doesn't make sense because he could basically do Velma's job then in that situation. Like they don't need Velma.
Credit.
Well, exactly. So he's kind of like the odd man out because he really doesn't bring anything unless he takes stuff away from everybody else. So
So
if
that's
everybody
why
else, yeah,
that's why I like Zombie Island a lot, because both her and him and Velma are working together to figure things out, and they're actually bouncing off of each other.
mm,
So I get why writers are kind of lost on the idea of what to do to Fred, but I view that more as a shortcoming for them more than I do for it being the character
no, yeah,
themselves.
it's just I think it's like the struggle. It becomes is like if you want the rest of the game to have representation, somebody kind of has to then like lose something, and Fred's sort of like the obvious candidate because he, if you give stuff to other people, then he doesn't really have anything to do.
They play that
And it's
very nicely in the Mr. Incorporated cartoon show.
yeah, because he's kind of an idiot in that one, but he does traps. That's kind of what they focus on, which then kind of became that whole thing.
Yeah,
But
which I think is to his strength. Like they gave him a niche and then made him really good in the niche. It's this is gonna man. It's weird because now I was just yesterday I was watching a bunch of stuff on. I was watching a documentary about the next generation from Star Trek, and one of the things that they were talking about is Gene Roddenberry's edict on the show is that there could be no interpersonal character conflict on the show because by the 24th centuries humans had evolved beyond that. And the writers found that very, very troublesome to work around. And eventually they did figure out a way around it by like season 3, season 4 of the show. So this kind of reminds me of that is where the writers are kind of lost with what to do with Fred because they feel like they have to like take character traits away from him and give them to other characters in order to give everyone something to do.
mm,
And it's a very difficult thing as a writer when you're stuck in you're stuck with an ensemble cast to give everybody like enough things to do. And obviously this is James Gunn's earlier work, so he's still learning the process. Because obviously I think he's nailed it by the time we get to Guardians of the Galaxy as far as his writing career is concerned.
mm,
Um, but with what we have here, I'm kind of in agreement. I think they comparatively, I think Fred is very dumb compared to previous iterations. Some of his previous more previous iterations. I think, however, within the context of this film, a lot of it works. It's just not the kind of Fred I want to see personally.
yeah, I mean, like all of it kind of works somewhat in isolation, but if you kind of keep it going, like upon revisiting or whatever, then you're kind of like, oh yeah, this guy's an idiot, and he probably like I don't understand why you'd want to have him involved if he's just dumb, if he's just another body basically or something.
Mhm. Um, Sprinks got
Um,
another point.
Zarkos, the like mucho
Wrestler.
wrestler guy, completely fake. That's not a real thing. But Sam Greco, who plays him, is a real Australian heavyweight kickboxer.
well,
Not the body of a kickboxer. Interesting. I wouldn't have guessed
Wait,
kickboxer.
what about him is fake?
The
The
wrestler
like
in the movie he is.
character,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. I was like, I have to
not
clarify.
based off a real guy.
Yeah, and yes, yeah. From
That's fair.
Telemundo.
Crimson point.
Yeah. So when they get off the boat, we see Carol and Brad. Then their
Ooh, yeah, Buff
their
Carroll.
interactions, and I was just like, how has this been a kept secret of demons possessing teens if they're that cavalier about things?
I
And
have
that
no clue.
and Carol did not sit in on the class on how to interact with teenagers. I'll say that much, because that's not what you do.
No, she did the
Well,
whole
F.
crush your bones into dust, which is what you're not
Yes,
supposed to do.
not supposed to do.
well,
But
F.
you're not. Yeah.
so how this is going is, if I got the timeline right, Mondavarius made a theme park 10 years prior, but 2 years to this date, Scrappy took over. So were the
So over the
demons
course
a
of 2
10-year
years,
situation, or has it been a 2-year situation? And is it
Two.
only on spring break?
You're slightly touching into one of my biggest questions of the movie.
As
Oh,
is mine as well.
yeah. I
Uh,
might as well bring it up. It's overarching.
uh,
What is the demon stuff. Was what bald guy? What's his name?
The Gutana.
Naguntu,
Nagutana.
Nagutana.
Nagutana. Was everything he said real about the island?
And the demonitis and
Um,
the
yeah,
Well,
like building the resort on the island.
yeah, is
I
Irritated
mean,
demons or
obviously it
whatever.
was.
is the
Yeah.
Darkopolis ritual real?
Well, certainly the voodoo guy thinks it's real. The guy on the, cutting up a
Well,
chicken or whatever that we come across.
something I couldn't hear, but it said it in the subtitles of the movie. When Fred was going to go to Fred's body, and Demon Fred is talking to the group, he mentions Darkopolis. So a demon is talking about it. So
Mhm.
it is true. It is mentioned by the demons as the plan.
Okay.
Um, so if the demons were here all along because the island was built there, they could have been there the 10 years, which was the you touching on it point. But I don't know how much of it's actually controlled by Scrappy. And if Scrappy started it 2 years ago, I that's my biggest thing is
Well,
I don't understand the connection between Scrappy and the device.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
is the
and
real
I don't
Mondavarius an actual bad guy?
Yeah, and I don't understand that connection between that and the students that were all returning as normal people. Like, is the idea that their souls are being kept on the island
There was
and they're just
something.
yeah.
Yeah, there was
their
something said
demons
in
are
that
leaving the island
the demons are
for
to go
the
all of the world or something.
But I mean, here's the thing about that though. They can't they they need the grabber on the island to take souls out to then put more demons in. So what are they just like convincing people to then come to the island?
Yeah, that's why I
I
was
mean,
questioning if it's just Spring
still a
Breakers.
resort.
Yeah, because if there's many aspects this falls apart, and another one is because if people were returning from the island sober, that would spread around, and people would just eventually just not go, so they'd be harming themselves with that.
Yeah.
So it'd make it wiser if it's only a 2-year span versus a 10-year span that this
Yeah,
has been
it
happening.
would make it better. It would make it be better sense if it was Scrappy Doo related directly, but we don't have any confirmation of that because it feels like it would have be a 10-year plot because of the island thing. That's what the demon story gives.
Yeah, it's
Well,
also playing off, I guess, in this timeline then, that the year they dumped Scrappy is the same year they split up the gang.
Well, not
mm,
necessarily. We don't have a timeline for that, right?
the only
Scrappy
thing
could
we
have been
have is
ditched
that
like 4 years ago, but only when they broke up is when he started the plan, right?
all we have is that they
Okay.
broke up 2 years prior, and that he's been doing this for 2 years. So he started it as pretty much around the same time the gang split up.
I guess that's true. Okay.
Um, I was going to say, I, what pro I'm imagining. So if the not the voodoo guy, but the Nagu Tana or whatever,
Baldy.
it Baldy, who I also feel like could have been played by J.K. Simmons. Um,
That'd been a big name.
that would have been a
He'd be more
big name.
charismatic and more believable, I think, as like the main bad guy. I don't feel like anyone could see him as like head honcho bad guy.
Mhm.
Um,
Probably like Scrappy Doo took over, and then that guy was like, maybe told them about like that legend or something, and then they went and found it, or I don't know. It's more believable that it's like a 2-year span, I think, than 10 years. Because if it was 10 years, it would be like pretty crazy. I think that he would have accomplished it already,
yeah,
whatever
more
it
for
is.
the 10-year idea is that Baldy went with Scrappy's plan. He didn't know Scrappy was in the robot. You could tell by his reaction to the face
Yeah,
ripping off. So he believed he was taking orders from
Mondavarius.
Emil Mondavarius.
Nefarious. So
His name's not
maybe
Nefarious.
Nefarious.
It's Emil Mondavarius.
Mondavarius.
Yes.
That's not the subtitles, but I don't really care all that much. Mr. Bean. Um, so if Baldy thought he was taking orders from Mr. Bean, then maybe it was a whole 10-year plan, and Mr. Bean actually is kind of a bad guy.
Well,
Who knows?
that's a huge problem then, because nothing happens with him. He
True.
doesn't get arrested. They don't. There's no. Yeah,
Like I said,
that's a big
there's always something
problem.
that's going to
Well,
there's something that's always going to give way,
yeah,
unfortunately.
could it be he actually, for his 8 years in charge, did very well, but when Scrappy took over, things are now what we see of like people going back and they're not where they should be. With the Carla character, the
Well,
Carol. I mean,
it. Uh,
It's not like Baldy was like tricked. He was totally in with the taking souls
yeah.
stuff. That was something he was cognitive about. He participated. Um, so if Scrappy took over in 2 years and he's like, "Hey Baldy, you want to help me steal souls?" That's a turn for an employee to be like, "Yeah, boss,
well,
I'll do
what
that
I'm
for
getting at
you."
is what's saying that Mondavarius isn't stealing souls the whole time he's in charge.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. It could be that, and that's why Baldy was with them the whole time because that's what he's been doing the 10 years. That's the biggest one of the biggest issues with this is just how the demons are connected to the people involved.
Would have you liked a shot at the end when all the souls out of the cauldron are going all over the place and it shows that white shot of the island? Would have been better if it shows like, the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the souls going in there, and then, Japan and people souls jumping around. So it's like worldwide.
They kind of do that. The well, not to that degree, but like the bowl gets knocked over, or can actually, but the bowl gets knocked over. The souls go back to the bodies, and then when Scrappy, the thing comes out of his chest, those souls leave the island. Those fly out the top and then fly away from the island.
Yeah.
So those are the ones leaving to go back to wherever their bodies are.
Okay. That's dangerous then, because depending on where those are, it's nighttime.
Oh yeah, there could be demons somewhere that are totally safe and not getting cooked.
Yeah, it's like I said. This third act was not particularly.
Yeah,
creative
Ryder,
for
is this
me.
a world damaging problem?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and plot damaging too. To be honest,
It
and
is
I guess
kind of like.
and maybe it questions character of Scrappy Doo as well. If we're gonna be like super broad about it, so yeah, I would definitely label it as world damaging and plot damaging.
I think it's just the whole thing of like I feel like they kind of wrote themselves into a corner and they really didn't know what to do. Like, okay, we have these like demons now, and then we also have Scrappy Doo, and it's like, okay, well, what? None of this now makes any sense. And they were like, well, we just got to do it.
What was the number
And they just
10,000 for? Was that 10,000
uh,
souls were needed or 10,000 years?
who
Ten
fucking
thousand
knows?
years of rule.
Okay.
Is, what the voodoo guy said.
I want to touch on a point to kind of get away from this third act business.
Oh.
Way to skip over.
It's true.
This is
Go ahead.
This is kind of a wide encompassing thing as well, but not related to the plot so much. How do we all feel about the Scooby-Doo voice? Because it's a new guy.
I think he does a fun job.
I think it's a good Scooby voice.
Yeah.
I think he's a bit higher than I guess I would have expected from Scooby, just because I'm comparing him to the older voices. But I think he does a good job. Like it's pretty spot on
Yeah.
for the most part.
I think
Sounds like Scooby.
I think he does a good job. He's a little bit more. He does the R stuff. I think a little bit more. Like
Yeah.
the speech impediment stuff, and he kind of. It's a little bit harder to understand what he says some of the time than I think some of the previous ones. But I think it's Scooby though.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I don't really have any issues with the voice.
Yeah. And that was my last point for this act.
That's fair. I was going to sprinkle you in next anyway.
Yeah.
How are we? How are you two looking on notes now? Crimson and
have-
Sprinks.
You got a
I have
couple
one more.
Okay,
one
you
more?
need to learn to
Alright.
get your stuff in more.
Spring.
Act
Go.
1 is my
Um,
biggest act.
I think it's a writing technique for the usage of it. Is Shaggy using a claw machine with Mary Jane to show his talents of using a claw machine where it's a first try to then go into later with the
Oh.
cauldron that he's able to pick people out of the cauldron first try with no problem?
Oh, I lost the I thought you were going with him unplugging Scrappy, because I'm like, "Oh, I never thought of it that way." But that is a kind of like a crane. Um, so no, I don't think it's for the plucking, but I do think it is for the Scrappy bit where he pulls the pyramid out of his
The
chest.
demon-itis out of him. I think it could go with both.
And it's two different, like using the machine with like a stick and a
Yes,
button is
both
different than
both
just
using a
reaching
joystick.
down and grabbing something.
But the reaching down, it's
So
angled the same with the claw machine where his hand is, and he's like moving it around like a claw machine to drop in, and it's a first
Wait,
grab. The only
Well,
time
yeah.
he grabs out someone else and goes, "Sorry, looking for my friends," and puts him back in.
yeah, I don't really see the correlation. Maybe it is, but I don't see it that way.
I would see the claw machine stuff, which is cool. I like it. I guess I like that they set that up in a more subtle way. Didn't notice. Crimson, last point.
Yes, the sausages that grab him, which I think is pretty much the last thing in this act before the guide press and stuff. Is
No, that's a
it
little bit
doesn't
ahead.
No,
But you can go. Yeah,
that's after the guy presses stuff. So that would
is
be
it?
technically Act 2. Yeah.
it is.
Yes, because he turns the power on.
That's right. Then never mind. I am out.
All right.
I
Last
am
point
out.
for you, Springs.
Oh, last one. Okay, let's see. Last
You
one.
said
I'll
you had
go
a
with.
couple, so I
I'll
assume
go.
you
I'll
had
just go with
two.
one more. When Scooby runs out of the woods and jumps into Shaggy's arms, the theme song beat is playing, which I think is great throughout this whole movie. The motif of the theme being added where it is, and the slow parts and the tension parts, I think that's just really nicely done. But when it's playing here, and the rabbit mascot comes out of the woods, which is kind of the boy who cried wolf. Is he dancing to that music we just heard and that's in world? Or is he dancing to something completely different that we don't hear? And that's timestamp 2430.
Could be either, to be honest. There's no. Is it specific to the scene? Like he's.
He comes out and starts dancing with the crowd, but the music we hear is the music playing of Scooby running, like the score music.
Oh,
But the score's continually going for him to dance. And if it's
Oh,
I
then
can't
yeah.
tell if he's dancing to that or if he's dancing to something else that's not playing for us, the audience, to hear.
Probably the
this is one
second
of
thing.
those things.
Probably the second one. I don't think that's much of an. I don't think that's much of an issue because we're obviously seeing the Scooby stuff as well, and that's the song we need to hear because of what's going on to him. But that's that's what I put. And my last point for the act, because I guess I had a couple as well, would be uh Daphne psyching slash tricking herself to go explore the castle after her exchange with Voodoo Man.
I like the Voodoo Man.
Yeah, Voodoo Man's very Voodoo Man's a side character. I find it pretty funny. He's just trying to prevent the end of the world just by himself, and mad respect for that.
Huh. Okay.
Good thing they never possessed him. or anything
That's
or
true.
took his
Yeah, I'm
soul.
kind of on the opposite.
he
I
was that
don't
smart.
like him.
You don't. Whoa.
I
You
don't
tread
see
very
his
carefully right
point.
now.
Oh, the point of him here is he's highly aware of the danger on the island, and he's trying to talk Daphne into not going because he's worried for her safety. But Daphne
Yes.
takes it as a joke to go or Daphne takes it as a challenge and psychs herself
Well,
into going.
she's in cartoon logic, and he is real world logic.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but I don't get why he's here.
Because he's the voodoo guy.
But why is he on the island? How's he connected
Oh,
to the
I-
Voodoo
island?
guy.
Why didn't he
I
leave?
I legitimately think he's an attraction on the island. That's why he's there. Like he's the voodoo aspect
Oh,
of the
he's
island.
part of
He
an
runs.
attraction.
Yeah, he's a part of an attraction. I just think that he's not running the attraction in the middle of the night, which is why he's comes off the way he does. That's why I don't have any issues with him.
Could be interaction. Could have been a resident of the island before they built the park there. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be weird if. Yeah, it's fine.
I just see his
there's
purpose as the weakest reasoning, the weakest culprit of who could be behind the thing, because he doesn't have like
Well,
anything going for him.
Oh, you thought he was a red herring.
Not necessarily. It's just like I think his purpose is just so the gang can be like, oh, we have our culprits, and it's this guy that we, the audience, don't know like anything really about.
we don't know anything about any of them.
I get what Sprinks is saying.
No, I
when
know what
Fred,
he's saying. I'm
Fred
arguing
was
the
like,
same point.
we
Yeah.
have 3 suspects: Baldy, the voodoo guy, and you. Which is a pretty
yeah.
weak
But
list.
but I
throwing in
think
the voodoo guy.
Nagutana and Monteveres have reasonings they give at that point of why. The voodoo guy, they're just like, oh, he just said, don't go to the castle. That's it.
I would also
Well,
like to
he looks
throw in though that
suspicious.
all three of them are the
remember that-
only people they've met on the island.
You also have to remember that Daphne, they had not met him. Daphne met him, so they're going
Yeah.
based off of Daphne's suspicion.
Yeah.
Which is
She's not
high
the detective,
because
yeah.
you know what happens at the castle and him trying to talk them out of going.
Yeah, and then Daphne's logic of making
Yeah.
sense in a way that she thinks she's trying to imitate Fred's sense, and it's messy.
Again, it's cartoon logic in a real world scenario. People don't actually work that way.
And something that I wish they actually explained was Fred arriving at the castle. Because he said he followed footsteps. But that
Mhm.
nothing comes. Is it demon footsteps?
I think
Is
so.
it someone else's footsteps?
Did he say
That's
footsteps? I
something.
thought he said footprints.
Footprints. Sorry.
Yeah, the
Footprints.
footprints makes sense.
They didn't explain what kind of footprints.
No.
If it was monster
I'm
or
assuming
Could have been
just
Shaggy.
just because
Could have
it
been
was the demon introduction earlier, I'm assuming that's what it was.
Well, then it would
But
have to
that's
be a demon going to the
possible, but
castle.
They didn't explain it.
Or a demon
Well, I
going
mean,
out
there
of
would
the
be demons
castle.
there. That's where they're taught
Yeah.
to be humans. So it
does-
would make sense there'd be demons there. But
Yeah. Does that need an explanation as to why he tracked footprints? I find that very valid reasoning for him to be there. It's convenient that he shows up at that point in time in the middle of the night,
well,
but
Daphne, we get a whole scene explaining why she ends up at the castle with Shag and Scooby. Velma, hers is pretty weak. Of just it's a abandoned castle theme park ride. That where else would the bad guys be? But Fred, he gives an answer that could be interpretive, and I feel like they didn't have to do that.
I feel like
Therefore,
that
it
they
should be
answered
somewhat explained.
what footprints they were would have helped a lot.
yeah, if
Yeah.
he just said I found
If he said
Not really,
monster
I don't think.
footprints
if he
or
just said
something,
strange footprints, I think that would be a better
or that
explanation.
just some word
Um,
describing the footprints, either strange or monster or
Not
something.
human.
Because it's just too interpretive to me. Because if
To
it's just
you.
human footprints, it's not very suspicious. But
Well, if it came through a side where people don't normally enter from,
Well,
it'd be a
if
little
it's
kind of weird.
if their footprints going to the abandoned area of a theme park, I think that's okay.
how far did Fred follow these footprints?
I don't know. Like I said, you're right that it's interpretive, so there's only so much you can infer from it. I think at its face value is fine.
Also,
It could
the
be
only
stronger.
person in the castle right now is the short guy. So is it his
He
footprints?
said he saw weird footprints.
You said weird footprints?
He said weird footprints.
Okay, then I don't have an issue at all.
I guess that could imply they don't look human, which could be demon footprints. So I guess I'm okay.
I'm like a 40% or 60% not okay.
What's the other 40%?
Passable.
Well, that it's okay.
But yeah, I'm leaning not. Because if it is weird and it's to be implied a demon or monster, there's not a single one throughout the whole visit in the castle.
We know they're taught there. We know demons are here. We don't need to be shown that because we're told that they go there.
But are they in human forms? Otherwise, are the demons in those chairs?
Well, yeah, they occupy human form, so they don't burn in the sun, right? So they're the people that we see going through there are demons, I would assume. So we do see demons; they're just maintaining their human form.
But
Well,
if you
Sprinks is
wouldn't
saying
really
if they're in
want,
human form, there wouldn't
Then
be
the
monster
footprints
feet.
wouldn't be. Yeah.
But I mean, they can come at night in their demon forms. I mean, it's not outside the realms.
They don't exist just in the human form.
No, it also goes into, can the demons talk without a human body?
I mean,
That's never
yes.
They can
played.
make
But if they have
grunts.
to learn how to speak lingo, then they'd probably have to be in human form.
Perhaps, I don't know.
That's a whole other ball of wax.
Yeah. I just wish we saw the footprints. That would answer the whole thing.
That would have been such an unnecessary scene, though. Just him. It would have
What
just been
are
him,
you
like,
talking about?
It would have been him for like 15 seconds looking at footprints and then cutting to him saying, "Oh, I saw some weird footprints, guys." What sense does that make?
It shows to us what the footprints are. Are they human? Are they demon? Are they the short guys, so they're closer and smaller? Are they Scooby footprints in play and he's more dumb?
We
It's
don't need
not
specificity on footprints.
It's not important that we know what the footprints are. All we need to know is that they were different enough that he assumed they were a clue and that got him there. That's all we need.
And that's my 40% passable.
There you go.
So
That's
so the
fine.
writers justified his presence here. Okay, we're good then.
Anyway, are we good for Act 1?
Yes, I believe that is Act 1. So Act 2 is when the worker here flips the switch, turning on the castle itself,
Yes.
be it traps, ride, and everything else.
Mhm.
And then this act ends with the end of the body switching sequence when they're all together again.
Yeah, the quote unquote body snatcher sequence. Yeah. I
So
think I would recommend we go through people's notes because I have no notes. Whoever has the most amount of notes should probably start and go from
You
there.
have no notes on Act 2?
I have no notes in front of me, so I have nothing to go on.
I see.
all right. Sprinks, you're starting out.
Okay, cool. I'll go to what Crimson brought up about the sausages.
Feeling.
Yeah, how do those work
I
in
have no clue.
world?
They
So
don't
those are
work.
supposed to be
I-
like
I have
a ride, right? Yeah.
Yeah, my
How's
overarching
that
They
work?
wouldn't
criticism.
grab the people.
I mean,
Yeah,
are they
my overarching
magnetic?
criticism for this whole thing is this whole place doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Doesn't make
That's
sense
why
as a ride. It doesn't make sense as a the trap. I guess with sausages, none of it works well together. If it's all supposed to
Maybe.
be a ride in the real world, they did a poor job filming it to get that point
Hey,
across.
they said it's shut down. It's abandoned. Maybe there's a reason.
Yeah, I think we also forgot the axes in the hallway going back and forth. Those might not be real metal. I think
Axes
those
of
could be
Bookstein.
hard plastic.
Oh yes, there would be safety concerns for an actual ride having lethal aspects like that.
Yeah, and I think the point of the part of the two swinging pendulums of axes going back and forth is like the ride gets stuck at the door, and you gotta wait. And it's like the scare tactic until the door opens, but being the ride's down, the door never opened.
I
Yeah,
agree.
well, I have no idea when it's running because there's no cart from the ride in there.
It's really pushing, but if it's a weighted system, then Velma and Fred could be weighing it.
There's
Yeah,
no way they would
that's
weigh
too
the same
much.
as a cart. Yeah.
No. Rides operate on timing, right? So that's why that's why it's
Depends.
weird we only see the one car for Daphne. Like that's the only one that we see.
I feel like
Yeah,
I
the one she's
assume-
on, because at the beginning of the ride, there's like 3 in the main area.
Yeah. So, like I said, the way they filmed it, it doesn't make the ride make sense. There's a lot of things that are broken here.
I guess it works that it's not operational.
Yeah, that's why it's abandoned because it's too dangerous.
It's too dangerous, and it was poorly made.
Yeah. Also, with the sausages thing, I guess the hand puppets or whatever through the wall.
That's weird.
Wish they didn't show the shot of behind the wall and they just had it fall over from the front view of Shaggy and Scoob, because showing the back shows that there's no openings. It's very thin. Someone must have been behind it operating it. It doesn't work with that, and I wish that was cut.
Yeah.
I agree. Because I mean, if they did show levers and clever things back there when it was busted open, that would be one thing. Because it would imply like, oh, this isn't like an actual part of the ride. This is something new, set up specifically to trap people.
Oh, I guess if that's the purpose of it.
Well, yeah, like I said, if that were the case, they didn't convey it, so it's still an issue.
Yeah, I didn't get it. It was used as trapping people.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a weird part of the ride that makes no sense if that was a part of the ride, like originally.
It would be like those like odd like the participation like scary houses or something where like you like people can actually like touch you or whatever, which is I don't know why anyone would ever want to go to those, but whatever.
You got to sign a waiver for those.
Some people like to
Well,
be
yeah,
touched.
some people do, and most of them are perverts.
Bold claim.
Bold, it's probably 40% accurate claim.
Um, Crimson got a point.
Daphne was gonna die willingly because she didn't jump off the freaking ride.
Yeah,
I
didn't
don't
just
know.
didn't just
What
like
That's a
fall off.
movie cliche logic right there.
It was, but if her whole character trait wasn't being a damsel and she can save herself, why didn't she
Actually,
save
Why did
you know
herself?
what?
Out of
Also,
the way.
Here's the thing. I I do have a real life story that kind of proves that that's not like for the sake of a movie thing. So, like okay, so there's a scene in fucking Prometheus or whatever where a giant thing is falling forwards. So obviously it's tall, so you would run to the right,
Yeah, the Prometheus School of Running Away from Things. Yes, I've heard about
Exactly.
this.
Yeah, you would go to the right. Well, uh I knew a guy, he he was working on uh trying to like a power line or whatever, one of those big poles. And
Mhm.
so they had to cut they had to cut like some lines, but I think they cut one too many by accident or something. And so it just started to fall down, and it was it's a massive pole. And one of the guys, he just kept running forward like away from it and not to the left or right because it's so thin, and he died.
Wow.
I can't help that.
No, I no. I'm just saying, like that's something where like obviously it's real life. You should know. Running away doesn't do it. I should go to the left or right. So
I,
it is possible somebody can actually do that in real life.
I agree. My
Yeah.
my biggest
Yeah.
thing on it is just that they've given her this character
No.
trait of I can take care of myself and I'm
She's
not a
having a
damsel.
breakdown. She's having a breakdown mid ride over the whole
Well,
affair.
okay,
I mean,
even
she
though
can
they
be
gave her
scared and
that,
stuff,
yeah,
but
Yeah.
even though they gave her that, they really do nothing to kind of prove that point until the last like 15 minutes of the movie.
I
Yep,
mean
I was
that
gonna
she
agree.
tries to assert herself as a leader and stuff with Shaggy and Scooby going
Hey,
there.
trying and doing are two entirely different things.
just ask Yoda.
But there you go. So yeah, I felt like it was inconsistent with the character we've been delivered, or at least told, has grown
Yeah.
and has a goal of not being a damsel, being a damsel.
Who then proceeded to be a damsel for the next like 30, 45 minutes of the movie.
Yeah. It's
I
it's because
I
like
agree. It backtracks her arc.
I agree too, but it's also like the not the first time or the last time. It's a very it's I don't have a problem with the criticism. It's very accurate, but I also feel like it's a wider issue with the whole movie where she doesn't really do anything until the last bit where she needs to do something.
yeah, they don't really. She doesn't really get a chance to show off her skills. Like they're holding
Yes,
back on
that's
it.
yeah.
They're holding back on it to make it a payoff in the film, which is very weird because it's supposed to be just a character trait that she has.
Well, I feel
Well,
like they do enough. Like when the demons break in to the crowd, right, and take Fred, she runs to get the device, the
Yeah.
demon-ritis. She goes to take that, so she does that instead of staying and fighting, and then she runs away to save them
And she
later.
runs away.
uh, So I feel like they did enough to write away reasons why she isn't fighting to save it for the payoff.
Yeah, but no, but my argument was like she also gets captured several times throughout, or not several times, but she ends up getting captured
I mean,
regardless. And
yeah.
yeah,
I mean, no, that's a smart decision, Crimson. I'm fine with her doing that. I mean, more the moments like, don't worry, I can protect you, and then the guy gets stolen from behind her. Like there
yeah,
is like a lot of the film spends its runtime undercutting this character trait she has, which can work in a lot of instances, but like in the case of just getting off the ride, um, could have been a little bit stronger.
yeah. Like I'm fine if there has to be a payoff, because obviously there has to be a payoff. But I feel like a lot of the time is spent with us kind of like supposed to viewing it as like a joke, like, oh yeah, she's not like actually changed all that much, and then like the last like the absolute last moment where she has to showcase it, it feels a little bit like you know Deus Ex Machina.
I think the middle of Daphne's character arc throughout the entirety of this movie is the weakest point of her. The beginning is good of her motives of what she wants to be and how she's targeted as, and to get to the end where she actually proves to herself and to others what she's capable of. But the middle of going forward of damsel in distress and then backing out of it and then trying to take a leadership position and independency of going to the voodoo man by herself and like all this thing, I don't think it mixes well.
Here's what I think would have fixed it, is it would have, and I mean they kind of do it a little bit in that last part, but like showcasing that the whole damsel thing is actually helpful versus it being the joke. I think that's what they kind of needed, and they really didn't go for that.
Yeah, other than Fred just saying at a line later that being the
Yeah.
damsel and coming
Hmm.
back and still doing things is a good trait.
Yeah.
Uh, I mean, she does save herself from getting trapped in the pyramid closing, so that there is stuff of her
Yes.
saving herself
Hmm.
from being a damsel. No, it's not completely absent. It's just
It's not
not
absent.
consistent with itself
No.
in the middle area.
Yeah. Middle areas. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think I'll jump to one of my more favorite moments, which is when the gang hides in like the costumes, like as they wait for the group of like possessed people to pass them.
Classic.
Yeah, that's the reason I like it. It's just because it's very classic Scooby Doo.
Yes, it does make me question where the mannequins went though.
They
Yeah,
burn
same
them.
question that I had in Witch's Ghost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that's
the
kind
same
of
question
how
that still applies. I agree.
Well,
Like I said, it's still flawed, but I still enjoy it.
Crimson, you mean the
That's a
beginning of Witch's
subjective thing.
Ghost?
yeah, that was a question I posed. Like,
Yeah,
where did the mannequins go?
I was thinking they could have pre-prepped that before the curator walks around in that. In this one, it shows like instantly a back and forth, which I think is the cartoon moment of it is like how fast they did it, which I think is fine.
Yeah.
But not putting where those mannequins went is my question since we see them.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
disagree
I
with that.
don't have a disagreement with that either.
My issue with at least the one I wrote down was the Fred Shaggy farting, and none of the bad guys acknowledging it or turning, or like if one of them turned around to the other guy's like, "Dude," and then kept walking or something.
Well, as soon as they entered, I guess that's for the audio, but as soon as they entered, I think Zarkos or whatever says, "What's that smell? Or what's that
Yeah.
stink?" As
That's
they're
Yes.
walking in the hallway.
Yeah, and that was funny.
Does it bother
that
anyone
was.
else that there's
Mm,
oh man, there's the skeleton guard who's in like the neon green. There's
The
the
cool one.
red guard face mask ones that carry Scooby in his sacrifice ritual. There's
hmm
the security guards that take Velma and Daphne, or not, Velma and Fred, who have like the brown kind of masks over their mouths, kind of thing. There's all these different guards, but the Damon Ritus is out in the open. I'm slightly
Which
bothered that
part
it's
are you
not
referring
guarded.
to?
Just how the
Oh,
the Damon
yeah,
Ritus
yeah.
isn't guarded. But we see so many different forms of guards across the island.
Well,
I
it
don't
is
know.
guarded by a trap, technically. The problem is the
Oh,
trap
it's so slow.
sucks.
Yeah,
Um,
the trap sucks, and I genuinely they don't expect people to go there because it's abandoned. So I don't think they've ever needed to guard it, to be honest with you, because I don't think anyone's ever gone up there to.
True, but Scrappy knows and invited the mystery gang to be there. Did he expect them
Yeah,
to get trapped in that?
Well, that's what the traps are for. Yeah.
yeah, that's quote unquote what the traps are for.
Also, he
I
has
do
the
I do have
knowledge
an
of
issue with it, Springs, to clarify, but it's not as big as an issue that I might have had because there are lots of protections in place. The guy is there watching for a reason to activate traps when people come inside.
Well, we also see that that's not the only entrance to get in there. Because when Scooby goes through the trap
That's true.
door, that's connected. That's how he's trapped in there to get to the office. And then we also see like the staff only sign
Oh, I
of
thought we were talking
Velma.
about specifically the demon-ritis, the MacGuffin in the film, like the pyramid.
Not the item itself, but the trap thing, like where it is. It's not just connected to the castle. The castle is one way to get to it, but we see like
wait, what?
Mondeveris's
Alright,
What are you talking?
office. I'm just saying it's not guarded on any entrance. Like anyone can walk in, go up to it, grab it, and then step out of the trap and walk away with a demon-ritis.
I
I
think that location's a different location
that
than what you're
location's
thinking of.
different from
Yeah.
the underground part, so yeah, I don't have an issue with those parts. I have an issue with those parts being unguarded too because there's someone could just walk in and see the spirit bowl. But uh no, I don't have like it's not a huge issue for me that the demon rights is quote unquote unguarded because it is. The traps are there for to stop people from getting it. It's just so I have a problem with it. It's just not I don't view it as a big problem.
yeah, the security guard stuff was what I had noted was mostly for the Spirit Bowl cave
Also
stuff.
unguarded.
Where that was my biggest issue because they were able to set up the disco ball and do all this stuff, and nobody's around.
No, especially
Um,
since everyone is looking for them.
Yeah. That's a bigger issue, I think. This whole
Yeah.
part I don't really have an issue with.
But yeah, since this one had traps, I wouldn't say it's unguarded, but I get the sentiment that there were no physical guards
Other
present.
than the short guy, the shortest guy there.
Well, that's just the castle again.
But
Yeah, but well, I mean, the core of the
Where
problem
in the
was
castle.
Demon-ritis is.
yeah,
It's in the
the
castle.
core problem
Okay.
you had was the
So-
demonitis, right?
So what you're telling me is when Scooby fell in the trap door and Shaggy went
Uh-huh.
after him, they took
Yes.
Scooby and captured him and took him to the castle to put him in the trap where the demon-ritis is?
That's
Yes.
not where that's not in the castle though, is it? I didn't think that was in the castle. I thought that was just his like underground lair. Or
It
whatever.
is. I'm saying the layout is all connected underground. The demon-ritis room you can get to from that trap door, and then Mondeveris's office is right down because when Shaggy lands, he's looking around and you can see the demon bowl. So that's exactly where that is from the trap door.
But
And
that's
then
not where the demon-ritis is.
no, hang on. I'm getting so the
Okay.
office.
Yeah.
Shaggy by that cauldron knocks out the guard later and can look down the hallway and see Mondeveris's office, which is where Scooby is. But then that office is also where Velma pushes possessed Daphne into, where the staff door is right out to the open. And when Scooby goes in the trap and drops down, he's then taken. In the next shot, we see him in the trap of the pyramid with Nagutana looking at him to take him to the office. So, if you're saying that's not connected, then Scooby in the trap door was taken to the castle, to the trap, where then Nagutana found him and took him back to Mondeveris's office, which is taking him out of the castle and back that direction.
I think this is a world building problem then, because yeah, because I don't I don't remember him waking up in the demon the cage or whatever.
He did.
After he
He did.
fell down.
Not after he fell down. There's a little bit of a
Someone took
delay
Scooby to
there.
put him there.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
that
But
is-
if it's not connected to that underground area, then they took Scooby topside to the castle.
that's not possible at all.
It's possible, but then vice versa, they took him back around to go back to the office.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think this is a world building problem just based on geography. Because I don't think he fell into the demon-ritis trap from the trap
No,
door. I
no,
think he was carried into the trap door. That's where, in the sense of that, he was carried to the demon-ritis cage as where he was going to, where like to be kept there. Like that was his jail cell or whatever.
That I agree with. Because we say Shaggy jumped down the same hole and he is not in the demon-ritis area.
Yeah.
So, Sprinks, would your fix be having Scrappy visit the trap instead of moving Scooby to Scrappy?
No. I guess that would slightly help. Just show Scooby going down like the caves or whatever to the office after from being trapped. I just think it's all underground and it's all connected. Otherwise, you have Scooby topside kidnapped, trapped somehow without making a noise or running away.
I mean, this is the same guy that was going to go for a bag of hamburgers in the woods. So
Yeah, but he still made a lot of noise when he saw something bad.
yeah,
I assumed that I don't think it's all connected. I don't have enough to infer that. I think that they just took him from where he fell into the trapdoor and they just put
Yeah.
him in the castle.
the fact that Shaggy looks around and has plenty of time to do it and doesn't find him kind of doesn't really that
Well, that shows when the trapdoor opened, it was planned for Scooby to fall in. So they already probably had people down below to get him.
Yeah.
well,
They didn't expect
yeah,
Shaggy to
but-
jump in.
yeah, but same thing though. Like if they can that quickly get him somewhere else, then it's very likely that they could have taken him to a completely different location that's not in that subterranean area.
If they weren't expecting Shaggy to jump in, I think that's a problem for Scrappy because I feel like Scrappy would know that.
Well, the problem is they didn't close the trapdoor as soon as they got Scooby.
Yeah.
That's a big problem
Yeah.
because they should have. Yeah.
I also don't know how much they could have predicted them going there. Did Mary Jane say stop here, or did they
I
just
don't
pull up there?
No.
I
Mary
think they
Jane
just
didn't
pulled
say
up
anything.
there.
They just pulled up there.
She didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So I
like
don't even know if
I
that
think
was his
Scooby
plan.
stopped there.
And
Yeah.
I
I
might
think
have
they just
been,
capitalized
Someone
on it.
intentionally opened that trapdoor.
I agree.
Yeah, I think it
I
was
think-
just opportunistic, is what happened there. That wasn't like part of a good grand plan. It was just them being opportunistic.
That's what I'm leaning for, that particular thing. Sprinks, you have me pulled to the side of, I didn't see it as an issue. I see it as an issue now that it's not clearly defined enough, the geography. So I
Yeah.
see geography as an issue now.
Yeah, that's where you pulled me as well, Springs.
Yeah.
I see geography as an issue.
Okay.
That's
Because I know
also-
from
'cause,
the
yeah,
trapdoor to the Mondeverse's office and then the side
Well-
door where Velma's demon comes out, that's all connected. And I guess like the cauldron room, because that's right through the trapdoor. That's all laid out pretty well with shots.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that is that castle is on a mountain. So
Yeah.
underground becomes an issue. So somebody had to excavate and people would have known and heard. So
Yeah.
there's
Also,
a lot of problems if they're all connected.
Where's the
Also, natural
castle?
cave network thing.
Where actually the geography's, I guess I think more worse than I thought, because where is the spooky island like Hollywood sign that Daphne gets up to open the vent for the sunlight connected to the castle, because that vent's directly above the cauldron, but we see Shaggy goes through the trap door, and sure there's a little slide, but when he comes out he's in that same room. But Shaggy's top side is that kind of like dance area where the projector was that Velma saw.
The moment we see all the souls fly and leave the island after the Scrappy unplug, we get an exterior view of the island, and you don't see the castle where this vent is. The vents are. So
The only
they had to be
shot of the
further
castle,
away.
the only shot of the castle that we get, like that's a distance shot, is from the Voodoo Man's house when he's pointing at it with a knife through the window, and that's at a
Yeah.
very, very sharp angle.
Yeah, so it's like the castle in the outskirts of the island, and the vent thing is like in the middle of the island somewhere.
Also, there is no indication given where Daphne finds that hallway. There's absolutely nothing.
Daphne,
Which
The
hallway?
hallway to get to the demon-ritis,
oh yeah, she just shows up there.
it just shows up there. So there's really no telling where or how it's connected to anything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Other than she walked through the
So-
castle to get there.
Yeah.
World building's taking quite a few hits, you guys.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna write that on my notes. Geography.
uh,
But are you gonna know what that means?
yeah.
Hopefully.
Do you got any points you'd like to jump to, Sinister?
Well, we gotta get it out of the way. The belching fart contest scene.
Alrighty.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say I'm finally happy to see where the "Are you challenging me" is from. That was
Yeah.
nice. I did not expect it to be for a belching farting scene, but
Yes.
here we are.
A long one.
Yeah, probably one of the longest committed to film, maybe.
Is that a
With
With
long
the
long
exception of
fart?
Blazing Saddles.
Oh well, still, but that is a short scene, and those are short farts. But is that a longer fart that Shaggy holds out than Buddy the Elf's burp in Elf?
Probably. But it's not
yes, I
consecutive
would
fart
say.
though. It's several farts. Or sorry, it's consecutive farts. I don't think he holds out a really long.
I think Sprinkles is referencing the
Oh.
one where he sticks his arm up,
Yeah.
pointing to the ceiling.
Oh.
That one. Do you guys think it was too much?
Yes.
Because obviously it's for kids.
It's for the
burping
younger
fart
audience
jokes are
for the
for
big
kids.
jokes.
But is it too much?
I think it's fine because
Yes.
it's only held in one scene.
It's
And a lot of this humor, there's some adult humor, there's some other types of humor.
is
This is
different,
to hit on that humor, and I think it fits more enticed into one scene than sprinkled throughout, where it's just like a fart here or there that's kind of more eye rolled.
No, I'm happy that it's isolated one scene. I still think the scene is bad. This is going
Yeah.
into this scene for me gets into some of our earlier conversations of I think they made the characters too dumb. Like Shaggy and Scooby are dumb, but they're not this dumb. They're in the middle of a hostile environment. They were just attacked by food, like in this previous scene.
And you could argue it's them coping, right? Just getting into their playful childish nature.
Oh.
I
Could be a
could,
safe space.
but no.
But no.
So I agree. I think it's better in like one
They
scene.
would-
It
but
makes
I do
less
think the
sense in
scene is
isolation,
too
though. That's the
long.
problem with it. It doesn't really. It kind of comes out of nowhere.
I think this scene, if they were going to do it, they would do it once they were in a safe location. They're already established in this film to be cowards. Why would they do it here in a hostile environment?
Because obviously, because the way Shaggy reacts, they've done this before, but we have it comes out of nowhere, so there's really no indication, and it's not like there's a lot of fart jokes in Scooby-Doo.
No, it starts off as an
before
accident.
this.
It's
Yeah.
just an excuse me, and then that's where
then
Shaggy
it keeps
instigates
going.
it to be challenging. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Then
I
it
think
becomes playful.
Scooby's the one instigating it.
I think what would make the scene work more is as they start, we cut away, do a bunch of stuff, and we come back to them via Daphne's perspective. So we're not lingering on the scene. We can just see that they've been doing it. That would help with me for tone and length of time for it. I don't like the scene at all still.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I said, I think it's out of character for them at this point. This is crossing over to them being on the too
Yeah,
dumb.
man, I'm biting
I
my
guess.
tongue. Wow.
Oh, you really like this, huh?
No, there's something
Yeah,
I want to say, but it's not in this movie.
Oh, it's in the
Is
next
it
one.
like a
Yeah.
recap thing?
No,
Oh, okay.
it's just in a follow up.
Ryder, cover your
Follow.
ears.
Nah, I'll save it.
Nah,
I'll just
man.
remember this to bring up for the next one.
Maybe you should write it down in your notes instead of just I'll remember it.
You know what? I will.
There you go. We'll probably all
something-
forget by then.
All right.
I mean, I will. But something I like character-wise for the farting burp scene is Daphne. I like how she actually let them have their fun, even though it disgusted her. You could argue, why didn't she just say, "Hey guys, I found something" or whatever?
You're right. You're
Um,
100% right.
that could be debated, but I kind of like it that she let them have their fun. I mean, she's been with them for years. She knows how they act. So I viewing it through that lens, I like her reaction, but I could see someone saying it's not right at the same time.
I don't take an issue with her reaction. Actually, I'm kind of in agreement. I think that's how I interpreted that part of the scene as well. I think there could be a little bit more get going, but I think her not being angry at them is something I like. Springs, you got a point you want
Is
to
it a
jump to?
good idea to tell a suspect that they are a suspect?
I knew you were going to bring it up if I didn't. I the only thing I have for that, because I had an issue with it, was he's the one that hired them, so they're giving
Yeah.
him information of suspects, and they're trying to be honest. And Fred said it that he wasn't even serious about it. He's just like, "Oh, you're just a creepy guy." So I don't even think Fred thinks he's a suspect. Really, he's just delivering like a jokey thing.
Yeah, but
Um,
that still makes him suspicious then of his actions.
oh yeah, I mean it leads on to if he was the bad guy, which he is.
He is.
Um, then it tips him off that they're looking into him, and now he can try to be more covert in his actions, right? Um,
Yeah,
if it was
the
an
only
actual smart bad guy.
yeah the best faith interpretation of this scene is him being a suspect is just a joke. Like they don't actually think he's a suspect, which is why they're
It's just
making the joke.
creepy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the best faith interpretation, which allows Scrappy to then plan around the idea that they might be looking into him. But I think it works on a surface level where if they don't think he's actually a suspect and they make this joke, I think that works. Why, as far as the gang making a joke out of it, because he's a big fan of their work, and hence they're there doing work for him, so they're
True, but
poking fun at him.
is Fred speaking for the entire group when he says that, or is he speaking of himself when he just calls him
Presumably, he's
creepy?
speaking for the entire group because he's never met Voodoo Guy at this point. Only Daphne's met the Voodoo Guy,
The
True.
and
voodoo guy.
Daphne's listed as a suspect. So I assume he's speaking on behalf of the group.
I meant for like his thoughts of just Monteveres being creepy. Is that just Fred's own words, or is that like
It's-
Velma just or Shaggy saying, "Oh yeah,
it,
Monteveres because
come,
he's creepy," and Scooby does a creepy face or something, and that's why Fred said it.
it comes down to your interpretation of Fred's character. Do you think he would tack that on, or not? And I can see this version of Fred tacking it on, but just because I could see it, I don't know if that's actually what happened.
I think Fred saying like, "Don't sweat it," don't worry about it. That's Fred. Just being like, "Yeah, it's fine, whatever." But I think him being a suspect, someone else brought up.
Yeah,
Well,
the
Fred
gang could
brought
have.
it up.
The gang
Well, I'm
could have
saying
talked to them.
with what Ryder just said, like Daphne with the Voodoo Man, that's not Fred's thought, even though Fred said it.
Oh, I mean, Fred said it in the castle to Velma. He said it could have been. It could be Mondavarius or whatever, Mr. Bean.
Yeah, he changed it
Um,
several times. Yeah.
yeah,
Mononucleosis.
and that was something I didn't like, was he actually said it in the castle, and then he said it in a funny way later. But
I guess I could hold
um,
that it's more of a Fred thought.
so it's interpretive, I guess, on how you see Fred as a character. If he would tack it on, if the group consensus was two, and then he threw in a third as a joke to him. I don't know.
I still don't know if it's a smart move though to tell the suspect that they're a suspect.
Yeah. No, I
If
agree.
they
Well,
viewed him
they're
as a
not. That's why they're
if
not
they
like
viewed him as
actual
a
detectives.
suspect, it would be dumb. If they didn't view him as a suspect at all, then I think it's fine as a joke.
Yeah, that's kind of where I fall on the lines. If they don't think he's a suspect at all, it's a funny joke. It's fine. If they
Wow.
do think he's a suspect, then it's a problem.
I think
Well,
they do
I
because
don't
when
have
Fred
I don't
says
have
it,
enough to infer either way.
when Fred says it, no one speaks up to Fred saying no, he's not. They just accept it and walk away.
Walk away.
Yeah, I mean, like they could have pre-planned the joke, but I don't know.
I wouldn't like that.
I wouldn't like that either.
You know what I would like? I would like this movie to be better.
You know
That's what I
what,
would like.
Sam?
Yeah,
I'm in agreement.
I want every movie to be better.
Yeah.
Even
Oh.
Shawshank. It's not a 10, right?
Ooh, that's crazy. 12 Angry Men. I want that to be better.
I want it to be
That
better.
movie is better. You just didn't like
There's always room to be improvement. I like 12 Angry Men.
Um, it's
joking aside.
it's weird that another thing I really liked in this act is when they escape the castle and they're throwing the costume stuff onto the ground as they leave. Even though they're leaving evidence, whatever, that's a problem.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like, however, the interaction of the gang, like they're all together again, having fun. I think there's a
Yeah.
simplicity in that since they chose to split the gang up. I think that's a payoff for me in terms of the story they're telling as far as the writing is concerned. They're having fun together as a group again.
I
I
don't
think
think
the music fit with it.
I agree. I
No,
don't think
yeah.
it's much of a problem, but it is a connection of them taking off their costumes like one by like a piece at a time to escape. But then later, in a real cartoony moment, which I found funny, when Shaggy jumps on the crane in the full guard outfit, his leap takes off his whole costume.
That was very cartoony. I love it. Yeah. Crimson got a point.
Alrighty. I have two animation
great.
things pretty close to each other here, so I'll just lump them together. So at 4412, and this one's more interpretive. I couldn't tell. It was very close. You have the two demons chasing them through the hallway, the one that they run through the window, that hallway.
Mhm.
And I think they reused the same animation for the two of them. um, where like they turn the corner and then they shake their head and then do like a surprised face when they are going through the window. I think they both reuse the animations, but one is like 3 seconds after the other one, so you can't see that they're concurrent.
Did not catch that.
So that one's a maybe, but I think it's a high percent chance. And then the other one, and the timestamp is 4412 for that. And then them breaking through the
I will
window.
say I think your timestamps are a little off.
Oh, off my DVD copy.
Yeah,
it's at
because I'm
4412.
watching on like Netflix right now, and
I don't know
I'm not-
Netflix's timestamp.
Yeah.
So it's before they
Okay.
jump out the window if you can find that. But at 441909, when they break through the window, the way they composite Scooby in through that broken window is not well done at all.
Got it. Uh,
I think
you know what?
DVD's like 20
No,
seconds
Crimson,
lower.
you just answered it for me. I have the window breaking at 44:28, so we're about 10 seconds off. I think Netflix just does the Netflix big N logo, which adds seconds to the
done.
beginning. Yeah, because I have that. There's a couple frames before they hit the window. The window's already shattered before they touch it.
Yeah, and the part where the demons break into the party when Fred's given his whole "there's no monster" speech, the lighting changes before the monster breaks in.
Yeah,
From like the orangey lighting to a
to get the
blue
shadowing of
lighting.
the look.
So yeah, a little early on a couple stuff.
We want to talk about that Emil Monteverus scratches himself.
But like a dog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good hint. It's a nice little hint. I like one stronger later with a wordplay one that I think was written very well.
Curious to hear what that is. Yeah, the scratching might be a little thick, but I think it's okay. I don't think it's
It's a little weird
done.
because it's a robot scratching himself.
That's true.
Yeah.
I presume, obviously, he's just scratching himself inside the machine, and the machine is just copying what he's doing. But it's still a little weird.
Oh, it's like Spy Kids 3 robot.
Yeah, with
movement.
however it works.
Yeah.
Robots.
I will ask Springs to go next.
Oh boy, let's see. There's a couple references in this movie which are kind of funny. The party crashing scene is they mentioned Don Knotts, and Don Knotts has been in a couple of older Scooby-Doo episodes, but then yeah,
Scooby-Doo.
in Act 1 we went over it, but they reference Hong Kong Fooey. Scrappy references Powerpuff Girl when he gets kicked out of the van.
I'm too nice to be a Powerpuff Girl.
Yeah. So there's just references here and there, which I think are fun.
It's a very meta Scooby-Doo movie, like before meta was a big thing for films. That's very James Gunn, to be honest.
Yeah.
Um,
Meta. Now it's a
during the
crutch.
during the monster attack, Velma magically lost her glasses. That was fun.
Also, her boyfriend runs away and then immediately is cowering like 5 seconds later.
Oh, Led Zeppelin? Yeah.
Yeah, Led Zeppelin.
I like
Does
how
he
we're just
ever
gonna
get a
call
name?
him.
I don't
don't
think so.
think
Maybe
so.
in the credits, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He's just
I
known
think
as
it's
Led
just
Zeppelin
like,
for his T-shirt.
Oh, he can be
No,
LZ.
he's-
He's lazy.
I looked it up on IMDb. I think he's just called Velma's friend.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Velma's
really
boyfriend.
good, strong
Melvin
character right
Dew
there.
gets a name and this guy doesn't? Wow.
Well, that's for a joke. So this guy's just a joke without a joke.
I was going to say this guy is a joke.
Yeah.
Also a joke. The Coast Guard.
I remember
What
that
the fuck happened
distinctly.
to them?
I remember
What's
that
going?
distinctly as a kid. Just
Yeah, I do as
being
well. It's so
creeped
freaking
out.
weird.
Those are demons. They're possessed Coast Guards.
Okay,
I think that's the answer
alright.
there.
Yeah, I wasn't fucking sure because nothing happened. Nothing comes of that.
Yeah, anyone who
Yeah,
like
that's-
calls Coast Guard from the island doesn't get any help because it's already compromised.
But then the Coast Guard comes right at the end of the.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened with
I
Smiley.
exactly. It's hence my
Maybe-
confusion. I
maybe
guess
it's a
they just got their
red-
souls back, but
Maybe it's a red
Oh,
herring.
I guess.
Oh,
they
they
were
got their
actually good the whole
souls
time.
back.
Mm.
That answers that.
That's-
Souls back.
yeah, because the fucking gelatinous things go back to all the owners, right?
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. Shouldn't those be able to go through walls? Why are they?
Yeah, I have
limited
no
to-
idea.
I
I
don't
don't
know, they could
understand the
hit
physical
doors.
properties of being ghosts.
They're
so
physical.
I'm not
Shaggy's able to
I
hold
know
them.
it's I know it's for a gag, but still, it's a little. It does
Well,
kind of create a
do
lot of
we
issues.
see any go through any
No.
walls?
No, they are limited to physical.
They are
stuff, yeah.
consistent with that. Thankfully, the only thing they go through is bodies.
I don't
apparently.
get though
Meat.
Daphne's fights back in movement. Because they
When
don't know how to
Shaggy kicks
control
her
her.
out.
Yes, but her face is aiming one direction and she's pulled backwards out.
I think
Well,
it's
it's going to her body.
yeah. But there is a weird level of like where I think they might have some level of control, but not enough.
It's
Yeah, 'cause
implied
if
that they can control their
all-
flight.
Yeah, if all these Spring Breakers are demon possessed and they're trying to get to their body but can't, what's making them target a different body?
Well, it doesn't. So it doesn't attract a different body.
That's
That's-
what
that's
I'm
what-
kind of going with Crimson, saying like they're aimed already to go to their bodies.
Yeah.
But if they can't get a
Yeah,
hold of
then-
them, do they just like think
Well-
to aim to a different body and that's where they float to?
And that's what Fred did.
Well,
He's
that,
like,
that
oh,
was accidental. Yeah.
time to go to Daphne.
Yeah. I think it just kind of goes to the. I think like if that one's not available, I think it just goes to whatever the nearest one is. But
But I
again,
just-
that's
that's why I
making up-
brought up there's
that's-
Spring Breakers everywhere. Wouldn't it just be any one of them?
But yeah, but
I
that wouldn't
think
make sense because they're Fred, Daphne, Velma, and Shaggy.
Yeah, like I said, it makes sense that they would go toward. They're trying to go back to their own bodies, and they just missed, and they're bouncing back within the gang. What I thought was weird is that there was no other examples of people needing to swap bodies after again once everyone's released from the cauldron.
I guess everyone went to the right bodies.
I
Yeah.
guess so.
I guess
Everyone was
so.
available to be taken.
Everyone was there except for the Coast Guard, I imagine. So it wouldn't be too hard for the people to go back and repossess their Coast Guard selves.
And more on the Coast Guard. I don't know if I don't know. If they're Team Demon, right? Why wouldn't they inform that the device and the gang are at the beach? They fell asleep on the beach.
That's
did.
They told them
true.
go to the beach, we'll pick them up. They go to the beach and sleep there all night and don't get captured.
Well, that also goes with them doing their whole trap plan and no guards and no one notices them. Kind of thing, just them sleeping on the beach. But it does play into where does Mary Jane get possessed?
Oh, probably when they split up.
Same thing with Daphne. That's same thing happened with Daphne. We don't see it, but it happened.
Didn't Daphne get captured after the Damon-itis from the wrestler took it from her? From Zarkos?
Yeah, but we don't see her like getting like he just like takes it and then that's it,
we
and
cut
then
away.
she's possessed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just
We
went
don't
with
see, like-
she's captured.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, but like, why would you like? So if you get the thing from her, why would you then like take her to a place and then immediately put her out or something? You would just capture her.
Well, was
I
saying he
assume
didn't.
I assume you accomplished both because we cut away. We don't really. They're obviously saving the kung fu action
Actually,
for later.
actually, that's well, again, that's that middle Daphne problem where technically she could have gotten out of it because she gets out of it later.
That's true. The damsel in distress still being
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been so much easier if they just tasered her.
that. If they had tasers.
Or if he came out from behind her and just hit her in the head or something.
Yeah,
Just,
exactly.
Used a big dirty syringe and just injected her with a mystery substance or something. Yeah.
If he just reached into one of the Spring Breakers' pockets and pulled out a syringe, like, bro, this.
Ooh, a little dark, but I approve. So yeah, obviously she gets captured then.
Yes.
All right. But yeah, okay. I got nothing more to add, I guess. So Crimson, go.
On the topic of the Mary Jane getting taken, I wrote down how quick it was, especially now that we've talked all about geography and stuff. So they split up. Shaggy and Scooby see Fred. They do that whole interaction, and then they get chased down to the bikes, and then they have the bikes, and then they run into Mary Jane.
And it's the bikes and the
So
bikes
during
and
that
bikes
whole
and-
time, Mary Jane got taken to the soul puddle, I guess, the bowl, and then sent back if she was captured at this moment.
If you're
She
if she's
also
captured at that
could've-
moment.
She also could have been captured at any point when they were storming the castle.
True. She was just not part
Yeah.
of the movie that whole time. So
Yeah. So
She could've-
there's plenty of time where she could have been captured before
But then
She
when they
would've-
went to sleep, she could have just taken them and taken them somewhere else.
yeah,
That plays with that
they're-
too. If the demon was
yeah.
sleeping with them, why didn't they capture them then if the demon knew where they were?
yeah.
So that does
Yeah.
play into more that it was with that time you just said, Crimson.
Mhm.
Yeah, or that demon just happens, or they just happen to be playing in the long game. And she had very specific orders. I don't know.
That's
I don't
like I
think
said,
so
I
because
don't-
if
I don't-
they
I
capture
don't
Daphne,
think-
they're trying to get these people.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. I don't think that's a justifiable defense.
So I think she got captured when they split up, and all that happened in a very short amount of time.
Also, this demon is very fluent in speaking normal,
Yes. No
common language.
jargon.
Well, she's not in demon form, right? That was your whole thing. To have to be human to speak human.
Well, yeah, but she's not going, calm down, yo,
Yo, what up,
dogs.
Shaggy?
Oh, she's so
Oh.
new that they hadn't even taught the demon yet.
Oh, like she's not reformed and stuff like that. Because you know how how Fred is
wasn't
suddenly
Fred.
very, very not
Yeah,
Fred. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what you mean.
If she was just
She was
possessed.
very much herself. Yeah. So I think that's actually a fair
Shaggy.
point, Strength.
Unless it's to play off, she's been a demon since the beginning. But I think is too far.
If she's
of a
been
That
a
would've
genius
been
at the
way-
beginning, she could be just returning back because the ritual is about to start. Maybe that's what's
Maybe
going
she's
on.
keeping an
But I
eye.
don't know.
Monoverse asked her to. It also explains later.
yeah.
It's very convenient that when they go and hide from Scrappy, that she's the one there to play into
It
that she was
feels like
connected
she
the
would
whole
have been
time.
given specific orders,
Yeah.
but I feel like that would have been needed to
Kinda no matter
explicitly
what,
said at
it's
some
a
point.
big. Kinda no matter what, it's a big issue whether she is or isn't and when she is, because it creates a lot of dumbed down villains then.
Yeah, if she was there the whole time as a demon, then yeah, them sleeping on the beach would have been an easy snag. If she got captured when they split up, it was a short timetable, and she learned how to speak fluent English and not the yo dog speak. So yeah, there's issues with Mary Jane as a demon.
I agree. I think the reveal is pretty decent, though. I think the reveal is kind of cool.
The reveal is cool.
Watch out!
Oh, the
Breaks-
face on
breaks
the
her neck.
the
Yeah.
motorcycle.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
different. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dog.
Oh yeah, it's a little cool. They get some cool factor points, I guess, for that.
Shaggy did not get much heads up.
No.
No, he did not.
What I was gonna say, I
Shaggy's just in denial.
don't think it's cool that Shaggy actually swung to hit Scooby. I think that might be out of character.
Um,
Like if that trapdoor didn't open, he would have hit Scooby in the face.
Well, Scooby'd already hit him like 5 times in the face so far in this movie.
Well, the
That
Hong
is
Kong
very
Fooey
true.
accident, yeah, and punching
I
Fred on the
think
plane.
I think Shaggy being willing to hit Scooby at any point in this film has to be justified. I think it works within universe. I don't see it working for any other iteration of him. Because Shaggy's very much a pacifist. This one's not a full pacifist.
well, he's whipped here.
He's whipped.
You're
Yeah.
ripped.
And also, it
Supposedly
goes
drinks
into
out
the
of the
trope of
toilet.
best. Yeah, it also
Yeah.
goes into the trope of best friends,
So do you.
like, what the bros fighting or whatever. It kind of goes into
Yeah.
that a little bit.
Yeah, but a bro
It's a
fight,
good
I feel
trophy.
like goes for the waist and
Bro
do the
fight.
wrestling, and they're rolling around on the floor kind of thing with slap fighting. This Shaggy swings his arm like a club to deck Scoob.
Yeah, but
I like
Scooby's
how
an
you
actual
have the movie
Scooby's
thing.
legitimately a person. Like it's not he's not a dog.
Yeah, but it's like Shaggy punching rubber. Like, is it? I don't know.
I
Like,
don't know.
is his fist gonna make an imprint coming out the other side of his cheek, kind of thing, or?
I don't know. Like I
Whoa.
said, they don't
Jeez.
commit to that. So
Yeah. Nothing is given. Yeah, he doesn't actually hit him though.
That's true.
No, that's just the intent.
The intent of the punch.
yeah, I think the intent is. I think it's okay for this Shaggy to do it. I think it would be problematic for any other Shaggy so far.
Mm.
So Scooby is a dog, though. We do say he's a human, but he's a dog, right? He can smell. He's got dog
Yes.
smell. He's got dog ears. How the heck could he have not smelled Scrappy? I feel
I
like
don't
that's like,
know.
I smell Scrappy
I
too.
don't know. They do very well. They never say it in this movie that they're related. So this version could be that they're not related.
True, but that he would still know his scent.
Yeah. I don't know. Scooby also smelled an empty bag of hamburgers.
They could have rubbed hamburgers in there. I'm just saying. There's nothing saying that didn't happen.
It's
So going with he's a dog, and dogs smell other dogs, and they know scents and stuff. I feel like he would have recognized Scrappy's scent right when they got to the dock and met Mr. Bean.
I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, I'm gonna put that as a problem. They don't really keep Scooby Doo's powers as a dog consistent, so that would fall under the general heading of it's a problem. Do you have anything you'd like to jump to, Sinister?
Um, within this, uh, I'm a fan. I like how the yeah, I like how the bowl looks overall. I kind of it's that whole swirl. It reminds me of the river Styx from Hercules.
Oh, yeah, the look of inside. The cauldron
There's
itself
a
Yeah.
lot
reminded
of
me
there's
of
a lot of versions
Ursula.
of the River Styx that have that kind of soul pool
Yeah.
look.
It's a little bit different because it's just the heads, but I like it. It's probably next to Scooby Doo. I think it's probably some of the best CGI animation in the movie.
Yeah, I like the way it looks. I think they did a good choice of blue as well.
Yes.
Color choice for it.
The Uncanny Valley heads is a little.
That was something I wrote down. I actually complimented. I think it is a little uncanny, but I
The
think
little,
for
yeah.
2002 for CGI human heads, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
I think so.
but
I
yeah.
think the blue and like the smoothness of them gets rid of a lot of the complexion and really smooths out the tones or anything. So the detail isn't much needed. It's just shape look, which I think is what
Yeah.
fits well with it.
Dude, Shaggy, somebody spiked my root beer last night.
I think I was gonna say something about the monster sequence. Oh well, it's gone.
Uh-oh.
Is
Yeah.
Damn it.
Shaggy a bad person for putting that guy back in the bowl?
Yes.
100%. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I might have an issue with. I don't know why Shaggy just didn't free him.
Let
He
go of him.
only cared about his friends.
Yeah,
Yeah. And he had a
Sorry, I'm
whole
looking for my
speech
friend.
later
It's-
talking about how
Yeah.
they're heroes.
yeah, it's
I
funny,
always.
but I had like I don't get me wrong, it got a chuckle out of me, but I viewed that as an out of character thing for Shaggy.
I would have
Don't
found
think
it
he'd do
funnier
that.
if that was the Led Zeppelin guy,
That would have been funny.
because Shaggy and him had no interaction. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
No, it's
Or,
just some in sync looking guy.
it would have been interesting if it was like Baldy.
It could have been
Like, what if
Sugar Ray.
Baldy was possessed? It
yeah.
could have been Sugar Ray.
Sugar Ray.
I think it would be interesting if it was a villain that we've come across. Like it was the wrestler or something.
That would have been something. But then that goes into that they've been demons the whole time, and not actually just people under orders.
Well, within the 2 years, like if Scrappy gets them possessed
yeah.
early or something. I think that would have been interesting, and then that would give reason for why he wouldn't free them, potentially.
Mm.
I don't know. But I agree. As is what we have, I think that is a character nick for Shaggy. I don't think he would have done that.
No.
Cool. Well, at least we're all in agreement over that.
Sister, I got a question for you about sound.
Uh-huh.
When Fred and his posse are attacking the shack that Scooby and Shaggy are in before the motorcycle, and they're beating up the shack with musical instruments, the guitars,
and
and
they
everything.
make sounds.
Could they actually make those noises with those hits, or is that impossible?
I mean, they would have. Here's the thing, right? So the sound of those are what they would make if they were amplified. They would make sounds somewhat comparable, but they would definitely be muffled or not as harsh. Those are like amplified sounds.
Well,
Okay.
also with like the way they got hit, like the one that comes to mind is like the guitar on the roof. He hit
Yeah.
it with the butt of it, and I'm like, that's. I think that I haven't done it, but I would imagine with an electric guitar, because those are solid and not an
Mhm.
acoustic guitar, that it would sound just like wood on wood. But it made like the spring of like the
Yeah, like I
It made
strings
a
getting
rip.
hit.
They, like I said, they would make the sounds regardless. Maybe not exactly the sounds that they representing in here, but it wouldn't be like that like that it wouldn't be that audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
A
cartoon
bit
sound
exaggerated.
effect.
Yeah. It's just to be like, oh, they have instruments, so they have to make noises. You know,
Mhm.
it was like, yeah, I mean, yes, they do, but not necessarily the situation.
That's fair.
It was just an
Um,
excuse to have angry Sugar Ray, I guess.
I might have a problem. I guess I want to ask you guys. I took it as an issue that Velma just started deciphering it in the open instead of like in the privacy of whatever rooms they're supposed to be staying in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Assuming
I
they
guess,
think they're getting
but
followed, I would agree with that
I
statement.
I didn't
Okay.
like that Nagutana was listening to what Velma was saying when he deliberately makes more noise by playing a piano.
Well, at this point, they've already launched the demons, so he doesn't really.
She's just
True.
buying time.
That
or
that
keeping
is
an eye on
what
things.
gave me the impression that Led Zeppelin was working for him, because he's setting the mood between the two of them.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
That
but
Led Zeppelin
then
was
he
getting
would-
to
but then they
learn
get
from Velma.
But then they get reunited at the end, and he's like, "Oh my God, Velma, that you saved me!" Or
Yeah,
whatever.
he wasn't. They never touch on that or anything. But we see Nagutana looking at Velma from above, and then goes to the piano, and then it cuts back to him on the piano, like listening to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very weird. Maybe like they got doggy senses and stuff like that, so they can
Doggy
hear what
senses.
conversation. Just I don't know. Yeah, I took an issue with the fact that not that some of them are not partying or anything. I just took an issue with the fact that Velma didn't go to the privacy of whatever rooms they're supposed to be staying in to decipher her thing, because that just left her out in the open for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I
getting
agree.
buzzed.
Yeah, like I'm fine with a couple of them getting buzzed, but it's a bit of a problem. So we shall jump to Sprinks. You got a point?
Yeah, I got a weird world thing that isn't necessarily breaking anything. It's just weird to think of. Your eyesight's connected to your soul, because possessed Velma doesn't need glasses. But when she gets back into her body, she has to put her glasses on to see the demon.
I guess so.
It gets into weird mechanics because when Mary Jane gets hit, the skin is like a suit. It was the monster's eyes under the skin.
It's
Yeah.
like an Egger
So,
suit.
I guess it is the monster's eyes and not the person's eyes.
If you
So the
punch
monsters
Sugar
have
Ray in
good
the
vision.
face, would he have the demons? It's a skin thing for the
Yes.
demons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's
Or
kind
is
of what
that
you got
just
to
Mary
go with
Jane?
the
Who
Mary Jane
fucking
thing.
knows? Yeah.
Yeah.
But if it's a human soul in the body, then that's not a thing.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think Sinister needs to leave. So, would you
Yeah,
like to give your
unfortunately.
rating?
Yeah, I'll give a quick little, not with as few spoilers as possible.
Yeah. Give a couple points that you want to get
Yeah.
out there quick and rapid fire
Yeah.
too, if you want.
Yeah. I don't think I have any that are for this act or that aren't we didn't kind of touch on earlier for the third act because I think that was where a lot of the problems are. Yeah. I think a lot of my love for this movie is kind of based in a little bit of nostalgia because it's kind of I grew up on it and and I do enjoy a good amount of it and I think a lot of things are kind of applied or a lot of things are used in it that I think I would like to see more of in other kind of properties, that or other Scooby-Doo, creations and things. But it also kind of falls into the 2000s era with a lot of issues and problems where there's not a lot of concrete rules or applications of things. Let's just say, yeah, the world building is pretty off base for a lot of this. The villains are kind of all over the place as far as goals or even who the villain
Motives.
is or what the villain represents. Kind of mixed bag. But I feel like it gets to the heart, at least, of what a lot of like the best Scooby Doo stuff does, where it is kind of comes back to like it's about the gang and how how their interactions. That's kind of where I think why Scooby Doo sort of has lasted as long as it has, is it is about the group dynamic first and foremost, and then kind of the mystery is sort of just how you go through that, or how you visualize that dynamic. Still, though, it's a main plot for the purpose of the movie, so it kind of has to, you know, have to put it to task. It has to fall under a certain set of rules, and it does not do that. So I think with what we said, I think I was about a 7 when we started, and I think I'm probably about a 6. I think that's kind of fair. Um, so we do have the sequel, which may or may not change things, I guess. So, because I don't want to spoil anything for that, obviously, but I think a 6 is. I could go to a 7 upon reflection, but as of right now, I'm kind of at a 6.
All right. As always, Sinister, thank you for stopping by.
Of course, my pleasure. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the episode.
We certainly shall.
All right, take care.
Farewell,
All right.
Sinister.
Toodaloo.
Ooh.
Bye bye.
Gonna go eat an eggplant burger.
Ooh.
Enjoy.
And then there were 3.
Yarp.
Yarp. Spriggs, you got a point you would like to jump to?
Oh boy, I
to-
probably do. I was not pre-checked in my
I
notes.
could go.
Yeah, you go.
All right. Spriggs, this is actually a question for you, funny enough. Did you enjoy them shoehorning Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?
The first time, no, they did it twice though, and
They did.
it's fine as the joke reference. It's fine
I don't even remember where they are in the film, so I can't answer.
when they're running around and the demons are kidnapping people and they knock out Velma. Shaggy cups his hands and screams before the demon jumps out of the floor.
Oh yeah, and then it happens again, right when right before Scooby like picks them up in the luggage thing.
Yeah, actually, does it happen 3 times? Does Shaggy say it when he jumps in the trap door
He says it in the
and it's
trap
like
door. Yeah.
whispered?
Scooby-Doo, where are you?
Yeah.
So
I
I think
think
all
it's
the applications fit the scenes that they're in.
yeah.
So
I think they're contextual.
yeah.
Yeah, they're fine.
You find your point yet, Springs?
Oh boy, you know what? I was listening, just Crimson there.
All right, I'll go
Yeah.
next.
Well, okay. Okay. You go, and then I do have one. Yes,
Okay, no, well, host privileges. Guess who's going?
I got host carded.
Yes, you did. Go.
Okay. The body swapping scene. We see that Fred is Daphne. Daphne's in Fred, but from where they're coming from, Fred. I don't know how to word this. Fred's body has Daphne's bag. So when Daphne went into Fred's body to find the group, she went back to her room to get her handbag first.
I had that written too. Yes, that is what I believe to be what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I presumed happened as well.
Did she also change out of Fred's clothes? Because wasn't he in a white tank top and the necklace?
Yeah, he was in a more beachy outfit. So I guess she did.
So she not only went to her room to get her handbag, but went to his room to change clothes, unless they're in the same room.
Yeah, I was gonna say we see Fred goes into a room, and Fred gets blocked to go back in there, and then Daphne, I guess, goes in there, right? So that could have been the group's room, maybe. We never get to
Maybe.
see what room they're in.
Yeah,
we
maybe.
never get to see that. So I guess it's possible that when she possessed them, it was in their room and her bag was in there. But why she would change his outfit, I really don't know. I know Daphne's supposed to be like the fashion one, but even the voodoo guy gave her fashion advice.
Maybe
Oh.
she wanted. Maybe she wanted to look at Fred the way Fred was playing with her body.
Possibly. I did write that down. Shoot. Yeah. Well, here's a clue. Purple is a fall color. It's the middle of May, which gave us the month of what it is.
Yeah.
Spring break, yeah.
Another point I do really like is when Shaggy's down and he's looking for Scoob out of the trapdoor, and he's looking around before he sees the cauldron and everything. It's a shot of like a close up on his face, looking
But we see
scared.
the emotions.
Yeah, the emotions. I think that's very well done for a family-friendly movie to show to a younger audience what your main character is feeling without just saying "I'm scared" or there's a monster in
Yeah.
there. Like instead of verbal, it's a real show instead of tell. I think that was
Yeah,
really
and like I
good.
said, that for me is character writing without it needing to be in the script. Like they did a great job of showcasing how terrified that he was. I agree. Some of the best acting in the film.
Which scene?
When he's down in the sand after the trapdoor and he's like, looking around for Scooby and he sees the cauldron and he's kind of peeking around the corner and it's his close up on Shaggy's face and he's like
Okay.
holding
I
back
gotcha
fear.
now. Yeah.
That's very good. Also,
Yeah,
a fun
that was
fact I forgot to share at the beginning. Matthew Lillard, to get the voice of Shaggy, would scream in his car to get his voice hoarse.
Course.
Or, hoarse. To scrape up his voice.
Yes, you're both right. Accurate descriptions.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard of horse as a term like that. Okay.
Uh,
Well, and he takes over the voice of Scooby going forward and stuff, right?
Voice of Shaggy.
What I said Scooby, didn't
Yep.
I? Shaggy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Matthew Lillard does a lot of Shaggy stuff going forward.
Definitely earning the role. Needs to get his own version of Gollum juice. What do we think of the plasmic heads? I think as far as CG monstrosities go, I think they're okay. They look appropriately weird.
I think they look good.
I don't mean to be that guy, but I think they look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they look good.
Yeah. What I mean is that they look appropriately weird in the sense that they look good for what
little
they're supposed
uncanny.
to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Spinks.
Not a lot of details needed.
No.
Okay.
Did I miss something?
We've already
We
had this
talked about it
conversation.
already.
Oh, that's what you guys were talking about. I was so confused for that conversation. Okay. All right. That's
all
on me. I don't know why I didn't connect the two dots there. I
right.
legitimately thought you guys were talking something about the monsters, and I wasn't. I was so lost.
It's okay. But hey,
No,
look,
we haven't really talked.
Ryder, you're in agreement. We all
Yeah,
think
I
they
am.
look good.
You're good.
We haven't talked about the monsters visuals really yet. I guess we can talk about that. What do you guys think?
Well, I did say they did CGI, but the design I think is fine. I don't quite. It doesn't really compute with me and understand how scrappy this visual of the giant Scrappy is the demon monster look.
Is that what they're going with?
I really think it's based off of that.
I
It's
don't
got the
think
coloring
so.
and the face.
He doesn't have the stripes or the bunny ear type. I don't really see the
Really?
features of the demons in that at all.
Oh.
Maybe the skin texture, but
I thought it was definitely
that's
based
about
off
it.
of them. I guess just to save probably a budget thing, just like use the same
CG monster. Yeah.
well, not the same one, but the assets, I guess, that they already have in place.
I don't know if I agree with that assessment. I don't really see it. It's not like
I
he
All
doesn't
right.
get the same
Well, hang on.
eyebrows
Ryder,
or.
what did you think?
no, I don't see it.
Okay, cool. I'm on my own.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it a us versus you scenario. I'm just saying
Oh, no. I saw it. I thought
he
the
doesn't have the
coloring,
demon
the
eyebrows.
teeth, the skin, I thought that was all. It all looked very like the demon monster. No, he does not have the ears. His eyebrows are definitely more puffy. But then he gives you a hybrid. You got this dog in demon form thing. But
Yeah, what I was going to say about the designs of the creatures was they do kind of have like canine features with the snouts. They kind of look doggish a little bit in the face, but then you got the bunny ears and whatever the gangly body is. I think the design of him's okay. Do you guys think they're appropriately cartoony or a little overboard?
that's a hard question to say for this movie.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
they're
leaning
okay
towards a little
because they're
extra.
supposed to be dumb. They don't seem very smart.
Mhm.
If they were supposed to be smart,
Not in demon form.
I don't think this would work at all. I think it would be very off.
They're appropriate villains, I think, for the film. I'm kind of in agreement. I think they are just cartoonish enough to keep it a children's movie. Because they're obviously, with the way these monsters could act, things could get much more violent.
Is it good or just different? Because it's definitely different from Zombie Island. Of that's a cartoon where it's, hey, these are real zombies, like a real moment. Is it passable for this live action version to not have a scene where they go, "This is a real monster"?
I
You
mean,
just
you
kind of
kind of
have,
get that with Velma, with
yeah,
the trying to peel the
peel the
mask off,
mask
and
off
then
and
the
real and knocked
realization of,
out.
oh gosh. Um, I do agree that it's less emphasized. Like it was a big beat in Zombie Island, and this it's not like a big
Especially coming
reveal.
from the Luna Ghost, showing that they do, just masked people.
And even for the audience, I mean, when we see, I really do think Ryder made a good point of the creature being revealed, and I think it was Ryder in the forest being too early. Maybe it was Sinister actually. I don't remember. But seeing
I
the
did have
monster
a
in the
point about the
forest,
forest, but not necessarily
yeah,
that.
I think that is actually early. If this was like the first scene with them, I think that would have been better.
I think the
A better
first,
reveal of them being
I
monsters.
agree. I think the first interaction the audience have with the demon being the face outside that window that disappears from Scooby, I think that would land a lot more scary. And that's your
Yeah,
first instance of it. But maybe that's too scary for an audience. So they put in that earlier thing of the forest to show that they're just kind of dumb. Being launched and, hitting the attraction.
yeah. Now I kind of view
Maybe.
it as like a pacing issue with the reveal, because
I
I
think
think
it's.
it severely undercuts
I
the.
think the way they act throughout the chasing, which is more than enough to demonstrate that they're not bright. I like, and then we see Velma stretch their face of one, so I don't think that
But
that's, while it would be a cool reveal, I don't think you would
I'm just thinking the writing usage of it, is it to the younger audience to show them more as silly than scary?
Well, like I said, that's accomplished in the restaurant sequence.
It is, but that's after the hamburger thing. So the first
Well,
introduction would be the scene of that window.
I don't think that would a justifiable excuse for, like, in the sense of like this idea, dumbing it down for children. I don't think that's a justifiable excuse here because they undercut the tone of it pretty much immediately with Scooby freaking out and knocking people over and knocking pizza over and stuff like that. So they have a comedic beat right afterwards, and it's such a
I
short sequence. I don't think that's enough. So
Yeah, I
I'm
think
kind of
Scripps is
agreeing
trying
that
to
it could be a
sell.
tone issue. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to sell that the window is too scary of an intro. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Spanks to a
Yeah.
child.
Too scared of that, and then breaking
I
through to capture the game.
don't know if it is, but
I don't think it would be. I I don't think it's a justifiable excuse for it, but um
and we've touched on it. I think the worst visual effects is the stretched out face, the unmasking
Oh, you think
Yeah.
that's
Velma
okay?
tried to do. The stretched asset there did not look good at all.
To me, I think, and Crimson, you probably know what I'm talking about. When Monteveres gets grabbed from the floor, and he's definitely green screened, he is shaking like a bad keyframe.
It's not tied to the monster.
No, his
Yeah.
body's moving around that hand.
It's the same when you get the shot of the demons dragging people on the ground while the three are
Yeah.
behind the jars. It's the same thing. The people aren't tied to the assets well.
What helps with that a little is that they play with the darkness.
Yeah.
But yes.
I'll jump to I have no idea how the park fixed itself from the previous night.
Yeah. Some Disneyland cleaning kind of thing.
That's not really answered.
No.
Because well, I mean, like we see them, like they break the doors off.
Oh yeah, it's
they turn-
destroyed.
yeah, everything's destroyed, and then when the gang wake up on the beach, everything's back to normal.
Plus side is we don't really get to see inside of the place after this directly. Like we
That's-
later go back with the
So that's-
peppers, I guess. But
yeah.
we don't know the time jump. We don't know if that's directly a day after, but there would be renovation time, absolutely.
Yeah. It's definitely true. I just thought it was. I don't sure how to explain away how everything was suddenly fixed when everybody on the island was taken in one night.
How it's actually done, couldn't tell you. How they use it as an excuse to just get it done with, I think it's okay, just like the perspective of our main characters are asleep.
No, I mean the issue is the mechanics of it, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
getting.
don't
Like
have-
how they actually like got the construction crew in and fixed up the windows,
Yeah.
and everything, I don't know.
Yeah, like I said, that my again world building issue. I have issues with the mechanics of it. I'm fine with the reveal of it because it puts more onto like to shock our group,
More than
our
mystery.
gang. Yeah.
You don't like that there's too much mystery, which leaves too many loose ends that don't get solved. You don't have Velma
no,
coming up and
that-
explaining at the end of like, oh, when they
that's-
cleaned up because of this and they did this. And
No, that's not my issue with it. My issue is just that there was nothing that would have explained it away easily, and I don't need Velma to do that. But like, it's something they did just for the sake of the mystery and did nothing with it.
It was projectors.
So
There
the
you go.
entire place was a wreck to begin with.
projectors.
Yeah,
That's why the
sure.
window was shattered before they already went through. It was fake.
There you go. It's all together. Never.
All right. How are we looking on notes for Action 2, gentlemen?
Fred and George reference. Wow. I'm
yeah,
out.
Fred.
Well,
All right.
I have one more actually, which is a inconsistency of continuity. Where when in the third act, when Scooby gets his soul sucked out, his body goes unconscious, and nothing happens. When the souls are flying around and moving, their bodies are still active. Of the game.
Yeah, they're a little wobbly, but yeah, they're not like
They
eyes
don't fall
closed
over.
and shut down. So
Well,
True.
I mean, the reason being, right, is because they're all possessed already, right?
No, all
Oh,
their
he
demons are
means when
out.
they're jumping around.
Yeah. When they're
When they're
trying to get
swapping
into
with
their
people,
right
then
bodies and all the souls are up in the air jumping around, the bodies don't slump over unconscious. They're still standing there breathing.
I
But when
see.
it happens to Scooby, Scooby gets knocked out.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I can trouble that as inconsistency. How are you looking, Crimson, on your notes?
not much left. I will commend the acting. I think them acting as each other, acting as other characters was good. I think they all did a good job with that.
The lip
I think
syncing, I think,
Fred
did very well.
acting as well. I'm not just the lip syncing. I mean, just the mannerisms. I think like Fred or Freddie Prince Jr. did a good job imitating Matthew Lillard being Shaggy and stuff like, or other way around. No, that was right. Right? I'm blanking. Whatever.
When Shaggy was Freddie
Um,
Prinze Jr. pointing his finger, Vilma, what's going on? That was Shaggy.
yeah. Yeah, but Freddie Prinze Jr. acting as Matthew Lillard's Shaggy. I think they all did a good job physically with the mannerisms of people. I think uh, Linda
I
Cardellini did
agree.
a good job being Shaggy and stuff too.
I like Shaggy's first complaint
Like
about
I'm
Daphne
wearing
is
a
that she doesn't
dress.
eat.
Yeah,
That's just funny.
I
Um,
think they did good. Good they are.
Which I guess could also
I
play
agree.
into the thing about Velma's eyesight is that the souls are the embodiment of the person. So maybe Daphne isn't hungry at all, but Shaggy in Daphne's body is starving.
Yes, his perception of what hunger is.
That's true. Um, I quite enjoy the juxtaposition of Fred about to give a speech. There's no such thing as monsters, and we cut to monsters breaking in. I enjoy the comedic beat.
Yeah.
Mm, well put.
Uh, uh, I think I'm out. So if you got any lasting ones, Crimson, now would be the time.
Sure.
Otherwise, we're ready to go to the next act.
We'll go with the flashback, the Scrappy Doo introduction scene. I like all their attire because we talked about costumes earlier. I think looks good here with more classic. Daphne has her headband there and everything. All looks good. Uh, I think they did a good enough job with Scrappy because that's all we really get until the bad guy reveal. It's just a little snippet of he's an annoying
Is him
punk.
peeing on Daphne another Yun humor thing, like the farting,
Yeah,
I
I
would say
imagine
it's in
so.
line.
or potty
Yeah.
humor?
Mhm. And I did like that as mentioned later that he had a gland disorder, that he's not actually a puppy. It's because I don't know in the original cartoons if he's actually a puppy or not.
He's
But in
I,
this,
I
he's
don't
not.
know. Yeah, I don't know if they call him a puppy. He's just a nephew the entire time.
Yeah, we know he's younger than Scooby, but we don't know if that means he's
Yeah.
a puppy or not.
And again, this movie never touched on it.
No. So I think. Do you guys think it was a all right introduction to our villain, our surprise twist villain?
I think
Um,
it's fine because for people, if this is their first interaction, I have no clue who the heck Scrappy is.
yeah, that's I was never a huge fan of Scrappy, so I think it's a fine introduction.
I was just about to ask, Ryder, did you have Scrappy history?
My Scrappy history is I remember him from one episode from something that I don't remember what it was, and I didn't remember liking him, so I tended to not. I didn't go searching for episodes with him.
This, to me, is like if Scrappy Doo got Jason Todded a bit. Like a character that was introduced and the audience absolutely hated him, so they killed him off. So they turned Scrappy into the bad
Yeah,
guy.
to the bad
Yeah.
guy.
And which is why I don't have an issue with him being a villain. I didn't like him before. I'm like, oh, cool. I can just have more reasons to dislike him. It's pretty much what I took from it.
You don't have the
Um,
scrot for this job.
yeah. So
So
I
out there,
yeah. Um,
puppy power.
yeah. So I guess the introduction to him is fine. Would I again compositing? I think the Scooby Doo drinking out of the shake was actually looked pretty good.
Mhm.
For the CGI, I mean.
Okay.
All right. Onwards to Act 3, gentlemen. All right, Act 3. Crimson, why don't you start us off?
Okie dokie. What do I start with on here? We've done a decent job actually covering some big topics, which is nice.
Yes.
Mhm. So I'm gonna go with the fight scene that Daphne has with the wrestler on the roof. I
Good to
I
see
like it.
Buffy doing her direct work, yeah.
Yes, it is a very entertaining fight. My biggest complaint with it is not long enough. I think it goes well with the music that's going on and all the cuts that are happening between what she's doing and whatever everyone else is doing.
You
It's
wanted to
all
see more of it?
yeah. I wanted more. Really liked it, and it felt satisfying, which is good.
Yeah.
Because earlier he calls her a damsel, obviously, and then she throws it back at his face. Who's the damsel now? Me.
Yeah.
And then
I
kills him.
yeah,
So
he's dead.
we
Got
never see him again.
impaled
No,
on
he
a
he's
yeah,
gone.
he was impaled on a yeah, he was
Actually, no,
impaled on
he's on
a
the helicopter. Never mind.
yeah.
But yeah,
Um
I
so
thought it was well executed, good choreography.
it's
I
flashy, but
don't
it's
know
fun.
how much of it was Sarah Michelle Gellar because I know she does a lot of stunt stuff on Buffy, so it looked like her doing a lot of it. I don't know how much of it was or was not her, but
Yeah, I don't know.
if there was a stunt double, it looked good.
I'm in agreement. I think the choreography is very good. I don't like the use of slow mo.
I thought it was okay. I think the mask reveal was the slow mo that I did not like.
Yeah. The start of it I didn't like when it because that's like super artificial when he's just coming around the corner to start the fight. I didn't like that, though I understand why it's
Yeah,
there. I
the
think
best use of it
the
is the
slow mo
bite on the hand,
yeah.
but still, it just looked very
Yeah.
choppy.
Yeah, the slow
Well,
mo
yeah,
of
because
it.
it's fake slow mo. It's the cut frames.
Yeah, the slow mo during the fight itself, I didn't mind at all. There's not much of it, and I think it's purposeful. But I'm in agreement. I think it looked really good as far as the fight was concerned. I don't know if I'd wanted it to be longer, but I would be curious to see more. Uh, if it were to be longer, I would have been happy to see more dynamism, like using more of the objects around them. But they're very limited up there.
I'll say for my entertainment, I would enjoy more. I think within the film, I think it's the appropriate length. I think
Okay,
if it was longer, it wouldn't fit very well. But
I see. So
Yeah,
subjectively, you
entertainment
would want
value,
more.
I would have liked more.
I see.
But for the movie, I think it's an appropriate amount.
I agree.
Fair enough. Spriggs got a point.
Yeah, so I'll go to that word thing I touched on earlier that I think was really nice because it was reversed in a way, and once you get it, you get it. Um, when Scooby goes into Monteveres' office, Monteveres calls him Scoobert, and that's how he welcomes him in. We don't hear Scooby get called Scoobert at all until Shaggy is holding him with the ritual and calls Scooby Scoobert there to identify as Shaggy. And I think that was really nice that Scrappy is using friendly terms of what he knows Shaggy calls Scooby to befriend Scooby as the sacrifice previous versus the other way around if Shaggy called him Scoobert, then for Monteveres to call him that.
Well, Scoobert is his full name. That's why Shaggy uses it, and presumably that's why um, S-
Scrappy.
Scrappy. Thank you.
Mm.
Why Scrappy does uses it as well. It's supposed to be his full name. Um,
Uh-huh.
I
Well,
Which still
like
shows an intimacy of knowledge. So I still think that's good.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
and then also, I guess more details is on the desk. There's dog head bookends on there.
yeah.
It's like, hey,
There's a
dog.
lot of dogs in that room. There's the photo of Scooby, there's the bobblehead, there's the bookends, there's a lot of dogs.
Oh,
Good
the
set
head was a
design.
cat.
You're right, you got me there. That was a cat. I failed. What did
um,
well, I was gonna say what I did fail at was I like the reveal that when the gang figures out that Monteveres is the bad guy, when it cuts to him, his outfit's fully in black, but it's not a big tone shift because we've always seen him in the black jacket, but now it's a fully black outfit.
Like he was always wearing black over something else.
Yeah.
All right,
Mhm.
fair enough. I agree. I quite like um, Fred's kind of leadership moment when after they go visit Voodoo Guy for the second time, and uh, the gang essentially kind of gets together to go save Scooby.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
I
was a
like
good
that.
team building moment.
Good team building
I
moment.
how Shaggy was pushing for it. I think actually everybody's interactions were really good there.
Yeah, me too. And then we get the payoff as well to letting Velma speak at the end, uh, as well, which is another tiny note I like.
Oh, yeah,
So
that was
they
really good. That
yeah
Fred
they do
learned.
pay off the relationship stuff for the gang, which I greatly appreciate.
Elmster.
Yes, the filmster.
Speaking about the Vilmster, why, when her and Fred are dancing to try to blend in, and the whole crowd turns and points at Fred because Velma's pointing at him too, why did Velma give herself away by continuing to dance with Fred?
They were both
You think she
given
was
away.
already given away at that point?
Yeah, I mean they didn't
Oh
do anything to stand out before, so they
yeah,
just already knew about them.
yeah. Everything was just once they there's a reason why Velma stopped when everyone was just pointing at them because it was obvious that they knew.
But Velma was
Yeah,
pointing at Fred to blend in.
that's fine, but she realizes that they were already caught and known.
Okay.
So yeah, I didn't really have much reason. A question could be how did they get revealed?
They're not dancing the same dance. It would have been easy to spot them.
Yo, yo, you, yo.
So yeah.
Yo yo you yo. Quote of the century. Um,
Something I would have liked as a detail is the semi post credits, I guess the peppers thing.
Yeah.
mhm.
Um, I wish it was the pepper jar from Zombie Island. Like it
That
was
would be
the
Yeah,
such a neat detail.
that'd be
Moonscar
real
jar.
closer to the homage, but it certainly I think is a homage to that anyhow. Because I don't
It's
recall that in
possible.
cartoon of them eating hot
I don't
peppers.
know. I can't say. I don't know if James Gunn has seen it. Who knows?
Well, James
But
Gunn's
it
a
would have been a
big
nice
research
definitive
guy.
reference.
I would think he would have seen
He
it, but
is, but there's 30 years of stuff to watch and catch up
that's also
before
true.
this. I don't know how much he did. So as someone who's seen some of that, I could create a connection, but I don't know if it actually is a connection. Uh, but Moonscar Jar would have confirmed it, and I think it would have been a nice confirmation detail because they do have a pepper jar,
True,
but
but
it's
then that would
Spooky
have
Island pepper
confirmed
jar.
that that's
So
in this world.
that those peppers exist, but it doesn't necessarily mean Moonscar Island's events happen in this universe.
That's true. It could
In
be
this universe,
changed.
it could just be a normal island
Alright,
with peppers.
Could just
So
be named after the pirate.
Yeah.
that's true. I have a world building question and a magic question. You know, we always love
My
those.
favorite.
Are there two demon dice then? The reason I'm asking this is because we have the one that the fake version that of the owner puts on his chest, and then we have the one that's on
Oh,
Scrappy's chest.
It was a
it's.
question I was going to
I
pose. I
think.
didn't understand
I
it.
think it's a magic thing. I think it shrunk to Scrappy's chest when opened. When they
It was
revealed
still
him.
on the exterior of the dummy, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it was on the exterior of the dummy.
Or
Oh,
the
then there's
robot.
two. If it's on the
Yeah,
exterior when open, then there's two. There's one his size and one that size.
yeah. I think there's two.
But it's not necessarily stating that his is a demon rider's. It's just something to,
Like a
Suck all the
conduit
yeah, it's a
thing.
souls.
conduit for his size.
I
Yeah.
guess that could work as an explanation.
There's
Don't
only,
like it,
I
but
think
it
there's only
technically
one
can fit.
demon rider's, but it's too big or too revealing to put on Scrappy.
I wish we learned what the final form meant. Because Scrappy's like, I can now rule the world with the souls I possess. I just
don't
need
know.
you to create my final form. Like, so you're saying right now you have enough, but Scooby will finalize that. What does that mean? And we
I don't
never
know.
get
He'd
anything
get
on
the
what that
pointy
means.
ears.
Yeah, maybe he gets the pointy ears. And I also don't know why being a giant dog will allow you to rule the world.
I don't know.
He already has the demon army. If he wanted to just
Maybe
use
he got
them
the
to,
looks, but he didn't get the power yet.
maybe I don't know. Which is part of my issue is they didn't explain what his actual end goal was, other than rule the world.
Yeah.
How?
It didn't even say if it comes with the immortality. Is he going to die
No.
within those 10,000 years?
There's
Then what?
nothing with it. Couldn't tell you. They didn't establish anything for his final goal.
I do think it would have
Yeah.
looked cool. Maybe the CGI would have been very, but it would have been cool if his reveal was growing inside the machine versus opening and coming out of it.
Like he rips out of it.
Yeah, if like his
Oh, like,
arms
yeah.
like punching through the chest.
Yeah, you don't get the mask reveal with that, but
That would be
Unless-
cool.
they're like, oh, it's a mask, and then it starts peeling off because he's popping out of the body of it.
Well, they can pull out the bike and they can peel off the mask, and then he can start busting out. So they can. You can get.
Yeah.
I think you can get both payoffs with that. It's just they chose not to go that way.
No, they want to really
Yeah.
cement the reveal that it's Scrappy in the version you know him from the flashback.
Yeah. And it leaves a question of why is there a delay for the transformation?
Good
when he
question.
Good
has the
question.
Because
souls in
Don't
him?
answer.
Because the spell wasn't, or the ritual wasn't fully done.
No, I mean, why wasn't he transforming in the robot when it got stopped?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if when he got all the souls it would have been a thing. It stopped halfway through. He didn't get the Scooby soul, which is what he needed. So, I don't know. It's like a poisoning thing and changed him. Maybe that's not the form he was supposed to take. I don't know. Is it more curse than blessing? Who can tell?
Yeah.
What I can tell, though, is Shaggy's dance moves are extremely convenient to knock out that guard.
Oh, it's also convenient that he's not acknowledging hitting anything with his arm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess at
It's-
the end he touches his
do
elbow
appreciate
like he did.
I
But,
do appreciate the appearance of Ultra Instinct Shaggy, but
Wow. also, how do you get unclipped when he hit the guard?
Unclipped.
Like he was clipped onto the wire, which is why their plan kind of failed. And then when he hits the guard, he's unclipped and they roll.
Good question. No idea.
Yeah, don't know. Shaggy really messing up things with that too.
Yeah.
That's true.
Couldn't tie the rope around it.
Yeah, it was very very weird. I
When-
do like when they get underneath the whole basin. That Shaggy and Scooby have a moment over Mary Jane, and Shaggy realizes Scooby was right. I'm glad they have that bit of acknowledgement. It's a small thing.
Yeah.
I appreciate it,
Is
especially since they nearly came to blows, as you put it, Springs.
does the knockout gas not work because it's like a drug?
I couldn't tell you. I think the human versions are weaker versions because when Fred and the band members do the same thing, nothing happens. And the area of which the human variant is it's a lot smaller of an area than when the demons are in their normal form blowing it out.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was the way Mary Jane did it in demon form. It was to affect in some way, but it didn't seem to work on Shaggy.
Yeah, it was the same way that the Fred and band members did it too. So. I'm just going to assume it's weaker. But I don't know if that's true.
that's a safer inference, I
Yeah.
suppose, with it.
I'll go to another thing where I touched on with the wall and the castle. That there's a shot where it shows behind the wall, and that should have been cut out. There's another shot I think that needed to be cut out to help or just a big question I have about this ritual scene is it cuts back to a wide shot when Scooby's coming in as a sacrifice, and the crowd isn't moving because it's after they all point to Fred and Velma and they get caught, but you hear the chanting still going on. And prior, when Velma and Fred are dancing and everyone's chanting and doing the song and everything, and then they stop. When Scooby comes in, the chanting's still going, but it cuts to the crowd and they're not doing a thing. So I'm like, is it being played over speakers or something? Because the audio's still coming through, and it's until like Shaggy like is talking to Scoob and revealing it cuts back, and then everyone's still dancing. So if they took that one where everyone's stone still, then I'd have no issue with it.
That's a continuity error. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't catch that, but I agree.
They do a good job of. I don't like Scrappy's giant dog design or whatever.
No, I think
but
it's
I
terrible.
yeah,
Was
it's
it
terrible. I don't
Tyrannosaurus
like.
Scrap? I think that's what the credits listed it as.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like it, but I do appreciate that when it's chasing like Scooby and Shaggy through the crowd, we can see the practical effects being used on the people that he's like throwing to the side or pushing out of the way.
Oh yeah.
So like they're again they're doing a good job of making the CG character feel like it's in the environment.
Also, maybe that's what I'm thinking. The third use of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Because Scrappy says it.
Maybe.
Yeah, he does.
I don't remember it, but I will take your word for it.
We talked about Scooby possibly being dumbed down with the burger stuff, and well, we didn't say possibly, we said he was. Was he also too stupid for sacrifice? It kind of annoyed me.
I
Where I'm like,
don't.
okay,
Well,
Scooby should know what that word means. I mean, they've been doing mysteries for years. I'm sure they've covered stuff where people need sacrifices. He knows the English language. It's not like a super crazy out there. I've never heard of that word before. He should know what sacrifice means.
I'm 50-50. I don't know about this world.
Do we know? Do we see him not knowing any other words in this?
I don't think
No.
so. No.
So the one word that he should that's important is the one word he doesn't know. That doesn't They don't lay the groundwork for him not understanding English in this. So I feel like it should be more than 50-50 because they don't lay the groundwork for that.
It's very, very convenient.
Yeah. Certainly convenient.
Yeah. I guess my take on it is that since they've established to have done a lot of mysteries together, it's weird that he doesn't know what that one word means. So it's very convenient. It's very lucky. I think
You know,
because
Crimson, you
it
got me.
pushes the
55-45.
because it pushes the
Yay.
plot because it pushes the plot in such a particular direction because if he did know about the word, it makes no sense why he,
Yeah.
would be where he
That
was.
gets into part 2 of my issue. Why would Scrappy say that?
Yeah, so
Why would Scrappy assume Scooby doesn't know what sacrifice means?
Yeah, Scrappy's an idiot. I don't think his plan makes any sense.
Unless
I don't.
it's a sacrifice to something else, like a different meaning of a sacrifice. Does sacrifice always mean death?
No, I mean you can
No, but
sacrifice stuff
no,
that isn't life and
he would
death.
need to establish that because I think Scooby should have a visceral reaction to the word, and then Scrappy can double back and try to rephrase it, like what he means by it.
Yeah.
Like
Like
I could say I sacrificed my free time to do the
Isn't
podcast. No one died, but something was given up. That's what sacrifice.
I know
means.
these are
Something was given.
completely different between the two. Isn't this kind of like the same thing that happened in Madagascar 2 with Melman?
Oh gosh, you're really
Didn't they try
testing
to
my memory of
sacrifice
that.
him by tossing him in a volcano
To
when
the
he had no
volcano?
clue what it was?
I don't remember enough, but I do remember he was going to get sacrificed. I don't remember if it was said to him and he didn't acknowledge that. I don't remember.
Okay.
No, he's willing to do it though. The difference in that Melon was depressed enough to be willing to go into the volcano, so he understood what that was. His decision to go along with it is to try to save
Gloria. And then Gloria changed her
Gloria.
mind and it changed him. Okay, I thought it was
Yeah.
something about like sickness that he just was not getting.
Well, yeah, like he said, he thought he was gonna die anyway because of the sickness. So he figured, well, okay, well, two birds, one stone. I may as well try to save my friends and be a sacrifice.
Okay.
So like
Okay.
he understood the assignment.
All right, so different than on both. Got it. My mistake. Sorry, we're not covering Madagascar 2.
Yeah, man, that was I had to go back through my Rolodex for that one. um, so I have pretty thin on notes for this act. So how are you two doing?
Looking through
You.
my notes, seeing what we haven't touched on yet.
Oh, while Springs is doing that, continuity error. We get the disco ball head, which looks cool. It gets released. All the creatures are getting destroyed from it somehow because we see that they have to stand in the sun for a little bit before they blow up, but they're pretty much blowing up instantly at one beam showing. Uh, so we see the release, and then we cut away to seeing them die, and we cut back, and it's not swinging in the room. It's just stationary in the sky. So
Yes.
continuity error. It wasn't
Yeah.
swinging anymore, and lighting wise, the room isn't moving with the lights from the disco ball. There are lights moving, but it's different from the disco ball
Yeah,
because
there's
they were
blind
already
spots.
doing that. But there's
Yeah.
no disco light moving after it's been released.
There is, but not until everyone's released. Like the spirits are returning and the monsters are burning. And so like it's the aftermath where everyone's like congratulating and celebrating. We see the disco lights still going.
Yeah, with the wide shot, right?
Yeah.
No,
So,
there's a few in close shots as well where it's still going on in the background.
okay.
Um,
I think I'm picturing in my head both. Like, I don't have it up, but I think those line up with what you're both saying. Yeah, depending on the shot. I was going to ask, did the Mystery Gang commit genocide on the demon monsters?
yes, and we're supposed to celebrate this, but fuck them. They were evil, right?
They were evil,
Okay.
and who knows where they came from? Anyways, maybe they just got sent back to where they came from.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I
So
guess the
it's
story, if they've been
ambiguous.
on this island for the past 10 years, if this is where they're
Yeah.
from or something, I don't know.
So don't really know. Presumably, yes, they just killed a bunch of things.
Is it annoying that Velma's trying to explain the demon-inhabiting and then it goes into a scrappy backstory to just avoid what it does or more meaning on it?
I was annoyed with it as far as pacing wise, but I understand why it's there because they introduced Scrappy and set him up.
I didn't have too much of an issue with it.
Like I said,
She said,
my
"I
issue
think
my issue with
enough."
this is subjective. I don't have any real problems with it.
Okay.
We get a Fred and Daphne confirmation in this.
Oh yeah, the kiss.
Finally,
Yeah, because in the VHS ones we've covered, it's been a lot of ooh,
will they?
ooh,
Won't they?
Oh yeah, but that
ooh.
timeline's that was
And
still
then in the case
questionable
of
from the
Alien,
start.
yeah, in
Yeah,
the case of Alien Isolation, Alien Invasion,
nothing.
there's nothing. So
Wait, Daphne was in that movie? Yeah.
yeah,
I know.
exactly. Amazing. She cameoed. It was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
brief, but
Did for the past 2 years have they been feeding Mr. Mondavarius, the real one?
I guess so. He's still alive.
I I find it a slight issue, nitpick, that during this whole ritual where all these people are around and all this noise is being made, he's not banging on the door to get out.
Well,
I have
we don't know if
yeah
his soul got returned. Maybe he was in there as a demon.
That wouldn't make
yeah.
sense to me. If he's
I
already
don't know.
captured as a demon, why is he being held?
Well, because you can't have two the
Mondavarius is
various
running
walking
around?
around.
Yeah, you can't have two
Yeah,
of him coming around, which is why I think him being hidden in the way works. It's lucky that the soul got to him because they can't travel through objects.
There you go. There
Yeah,
must have been another exit.
I mean, there could be a food tray area underneath the floor. Who knows? I don't know. I
yeah.
get the what you're saying.
Yeah, Crimson,
It's
a food tray is a very Sprinks thing to say right there. That was a reach.
you're absolutely correct. By the way, that is a very Spriggs thing to say, and I'll retract it. because we have no visual proof of anything like that.
Yeah. The only assumption that he was fed is the fact that he's still alive.
Yes, we
Yeah.
know he's been fed. We don't know how. We don't know if they open the hatch, drop it in.
Or
Yeah,
he's
but
been
he's
eating
alive,
moss
and I
down there or something.
agree. He didn't make any noises. He didn't make any noises when Shaggy first went down there and found the bowl of souls.
No, he was being quiet though. But I guess he didn't make noise when they're setting up the disco.
So, I agree.
Actually, I'm curious, would that have been a better reveal? Well, no, that would probably have been too easy. If they
What's that
found,
noise? Go investigate.
well, if they found him and then they're like, "Who's the other Mondavarius?" But you don't know.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that might
You'd
be
have
too
to
much.
change a lot to fit that type of through line.
Yeah. How do we feel about um oh, never mind. Point is lost. Damn.
Hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I know.
I'll go with another CG inconsistency. During the all-you-can-eat portion at the end with the peppers, uh, it's inconsistent with Scooby's layering with the objects on the table. There's a pitcher of, I would assume water, but I don't know, it's just a pitcher. And it's inconsistent if Scooby's behind it or in front of it. And it's something you'd have to watch to understand fully what I'm saying, but it is inconsistent with it.
Okay. Yeah, you said both behind and in front of doesn't make sense in my head. But
Yeah.
unless you're saying
If you go
Scooby's
back and see
2D.
it, you'll understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, I mean, as a CG object, he is 2D with the background, right, or with the image, even though he's a 3D asset. So, if you see it, you'll understand it. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll leave it at that.
Fair enough.
Funny enough, I was going to go to an error, which I think is rare for me to find a credit error. At least I think it's an error of was it Richard Suckle's name for the producer with Charles Roven. Everything else in the credits, or I guess until the scrolling credits, are fade-ins and fade-outs. But Richard Suckle's name isn't a fade-in, it's a pop-in. And it looked really weird.
No
Fair enough,
clue.
and it's
I'll just assume it's an error because I have no idea.
yeah. I don't really look for error in credits unless there's credit scenes.
Okay. I'm like, I think just the effect on the name wasn't there.
Fair enough. What do we think of Fred's fighting with the rope thing? That was my question.
And I wish they established the skill set.
Yeah, because
Me too.
they do have it's not out of nowhere because you have him playing with the fire hose at the beginning. But his aim is never really shown. Actually, his aim shows that he hits he gets hit by Shaggy and Scooby. So that's why he gets Velma with the fire hose. But I guess more skill here that you didn't know, but it's not out of the blue.
He's more skilled with rope. Yeah, I think they need to establish some a little more for it to make sense. I'm fine with it as a means of how he goes about fighting. I think just a little bit more padding to set it up would work better. Not saying I need a lengthy towel flashback sequence.
I knew you were going to say that. Because I was thinking it when you brought it up.
Yeah.
Don't need a towel sequence with Fred.
No, we don't.
He's referencing Beth Cooper, if you don't recall.
Oh, I know exactly what he's recalling. I don't think the audience knows, but...
Hey, check out Beth Cooper, our coverage of Beth Cooper. Nice plug.
Yeah. So I think they just needs a little bit more padding, because I think you're right. They do set up some of the movements and motions with it at the start of the film, but I think him using that a bit more accurately would have been more than enough setup.
Well, using it as like a combat thing is a little different too.
It's a one-hit knockout on these people.
I mean, it is metal, but it is one-hit knockout. It's very lucky, and it's also lucky he doesn't hit Velma with it either.
It shows how skilled he is.
It's skill.
Yeah.
I mean, they are wearing masks. I guess the skeleton ones, but even still,
the skeleton ones look so cool. I really like how they look.
I wish they played a little more with
Honestly,
the neon lighting,
they remind me a bit
like a black
they
light.
remind me a bit of Klingons from Star Trek.
I guess minus the masks, like the suits. I could kind of see that. Uh, I guess on combat, the Daphne fight, because I'm now looking at my notes for the Daphne fight. I wasn't the biggest fan of her biting him as her like
Big escape.
triumph
Yeah.
of beating him. Yeah, because she's a black belt. We see she's very good, but it came down to her biting, which is something a child could do. So it kind of downplays her skills, even though we saw a lot of cool skills leading up to it.
Yeah.
That like, oh, the thing that did him in was a bite.
You know what I would change?
Hmm.
She breaks his finger.
I would like that, but might be a little much for the audience
Well, I mean,
of
you know,
children.
she breaks his thumb. Like she doesn't tear it off or anything, but she just breaks it. Like we can hear her like reach for it, wrap her hands around it, and then we can just see the guy's expression as he feels like the cracking, and then we can cut away.
Yeah, or she
So
like
like,
pokes his eyes or hits his throat, or there's other things she could have done with her arms, but
yeah,
it's not
they
Yeah,
bad that she did the bite. It just kind of feels
it
underwhelming.
it cheapens the payoff a little bit.
it's lackluster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is it? I feel like it would be lame if for relatability to a kid. It's like, oh, I can do that. I'm like Daphne. If my older brother's like horsing around with me, I can bite his hand and I'm out of there.
I don't know if that's why that's in there.
That's what I'm saying. I think
Kids
that's
might find it
too much.
relatable.
I don't know.
Think it's a little stretch. Uh, do you guys think the scrappy sneezing is also in line with the farting,
Yeah,
burping stuff?
yeah, it's potty
Yeah.
humor, just snot,
Yeah, potty humor. Yeah,
real Captain Underpants stuff.
What'd you guys think of
real.
this Scooby-Doo song that we were getting with the Scrappy Rex or whatever he
Oh, the
said?
actual, the theme actually playing out. Fine.
I think it fit. I think it was
Yeah,
upbeat enough. I think it was
it's
good.
fine. I'm not impressed by it or anything, but I enjoyed it.
I guess overarching question: what do you guys think of the music in this as a whole?
Ooh, you're getting to what I was gonna touch on.
Oh,
Do either one
well,
of
you can
you
reline it. Yeah.
recognize the music, or does it sound familiar to anything that we've covered before?
Um, but you're talking score
The
or
score, the
vocal?
composer score,
Oh, okay. No.
because it's done by David Newman. And
Who's done?
as soon, because throughout this movie, I'm like, man, that's familiar. Oh, that sounds just like this other thing. And it wasn't until the credits where I went, I knew it was David Newman. Oh, he did Cat in the Hat.
Yeah, didn't catch any of
They
that.
sound so similar.
I know from Galaxy Quest, so
Oh, that's right. He did do Galaxy Quest.
and now I'm looking at his list. He did Serenity. We covered that too.
Wow, cool. Very different.
Yeah. But I guess without the beat
The
of
vocal
Scooby-Doo,
soundtrack.
like just the theme song, without that, it's so close to Cat in the Hat.
I guess it makes sense though. They're both very, very like wacky kind of worlds. Like this is still a very cartoonish world come to life with all the like intricate sets that they hang out in, with all the traps and elaborate things that are going on. So it kind of feels similar in vein to that film as far as tone.
Yeah.
As for my opinion on
I
this
guess
whole,
the vocal
I
soundtrack.
it was just passable. It's pretty much I just shrugged at it. It was nothing memorable. I don't gonna really add. I'm not gonna go out of my way to add any of the music onto my playlist from this movie.
Bum 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 bum
Million Drums is the only one that comes to mind.
bum. Oh. Yeah, I probably wouldn't add any of the music to a playlist, but it all like if I heard any of these songs, because childhood film here, I'd immediately snap it to this this movie. Very tied to me.
That's fair. Sprinks, got a place you want to jump to?
You know what? Funny enough, the last thing I have in my notes to write down is just a kudos to Mary Vernew. Hopefully, I pronounced it correctly. Who is the casting um, of this film? I think the cast is very well done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. I got only compliments on it as far as that is concerned. The casting is a great job. Crimson, you got any final points?
Yes. So a point I made earlier in the season, and it's not exactly the same, so I don't have the same issue with it, but the the trio getting captured and just Scooby and Shaggy left again. Um, it's not the same because they're not like they don't save the day together in this. It's just something that happens. But putting it as note, they are separated again with the trio captured, and then those two off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
They
I
don't
like.
save the day, though. They save the gang, and then the gang works to save the day, which I like a bit more.
Yeah, and I like that
Shaggy
it's
on his own kind of
short-lived
saves.
because Shaggy and Scooby then split up.
Yeah, it's not hyper focused. It's not the movie doesn't shift to get those two to save the day like the others. So I think it works here, but bringing up some parallels that were mentioned earlier in the season. Uh, the so when Shaggy's talking to Scooby, uh, going to explain the sacrifice part, that part, I was annoyed that nobody could hear the conversation. None of the guys holding
Oh,
the
the guard
chair
right in front of Shaggy? Yeah, no.
or next to Scooby or there's like six guys around him,
Unless
and
they're
none of them
so
hear anything.
entranced of demons to do what they need to do, kind of thing. If the demons are
That's
all Darkopolis ritual mode, and the other guards, the ones with like the brown kind of mask, the mouth mask thing, if those aren't not demon, and those just work for him, kind of thing.
don't know. Yeah, we don't really get anything on the henchmen in this. Whether or not they're demons or just people, we don't get much on them. We don't see any demons leave their bodies,
No.
I guess. So it's probably people. That's theorizing. I liked the little subversion of Shaggy's like, let's do this. I don't know, in five, 1, 2, and then Scooby gets it. I would have liked if he got to 3 because then it would have been like, oh, if he counted to 3, he would have made it. Uh, so thought that was a little amusing doing 5 seconds instead of 3 like everybody else in the world.
Yeah, I think
I
five's amusing because he's cowardice. Gives him a little time to work up that courage.
I agree with that. One thing I don't know if I have an issue with it. It just felt a little off to me. What do we think about like Scooby-Doo going through with all of this just to kind of get back at Shaggy because of their spat over whether Mary Jane was a monster? Because it feels like Scooby's reluctant to leave, even though he would know something's wrong with these people because he was captured for a while.
You think
But he's
Scrappy pulled enough strings in the office with the Scooby
Maybe
didn't or Shaggy didn't trust you with Mary Jane? Do you think he pulled enough strings for that?
yeah, it's kind of what I'm getting at. Is it enough to
the
make him reluctant to leave with Shaggy when he sneaks up to be beside him?
the mental wording, I don't think so, but then he's being pampered with food and everything.
Yeah, I feel like the food stuff would be convincing,
Being bribed
but
with Scooby snacks and yeah, the girls feeding him.
Yeah, I think that's what's
mm,
holding him.
okay.
Because just the
It's
wording, he's
it's iffy.
scared when he's in the pyramid trap. He's
Yeah.
not fully listening to Monteverest. That's why he does the cat bobblehead thing. Like he's not fully paying attention. So I don't think that's like getting to Scoob. But the food and the pamperment and everything of like comfort
Yeah.
for him, that's what he's like, oh, I don't want to leave this.
Yeah, well, it's like he's just reluctant to leave with Shaggy. The whole point is like they're having a spat over where Mary Jane was a monster and stuff like that. That's the reason we're given in the scene when Shaggy's trying to convince him for them to run away together.
Yeah. But I don't think
I
Scooby understands that what Shaggy's feeling for Mary Jane. It's just a person.
I think he does. I mean, he says he's whipped. I mean, that's a knowledge of
yeah,
he's
and Scooby's the one that's aware that Mary Jane's a monster.
Yeah. I think the angerment on this Shaggy, though, is more so of not believing there's a monster, to run from a monster, what they've been doing the whole time, opposed to sticking up for Mary Jane because he has feelings for Mary Jane.
Okay.
I think Scooby's
Yeah.
angerment's more on that.
Yeah, like I said, it was just it felt a little off to me, but if you guys think it's fine, I don't have an issue with it.
I guess I
Because
just
I can't
interpret it
think of
differently.
like I can't think of anything logically wrong with the scene, which is why I asked the question. I just find it a little odd, and I'm not sure why fully. I just wanted to get other opinions on it.
taking a page out of Sprinks' book. I'm 55-45.
That's insane. Can you stop
Yeah.
taking my words?
If you get enough evidence, I can tip. But as of right now, I think it's okay.
All right. Yeah, like I said, it's a little odd to me. I think based on what we go for the film is that the interpretation is one, Scooby doesn't understand the word sacrifice. We already covered that. And because I think if he did, I think if he does understand the word sacrifice, this scene makes no sense. He's just been waiting for Shaggy to come. Um, I think, hmm, yeah, I think with what we have, it makes sense. I don't know, something about it feels off to me, which is why I brought it up.
I think I'm pretty much out. The only thing coming to mind is like a hypothetical. It's nothing in the movie, but do you guys think they could have played around with the projector? Like it was something they could use in the later trap or something, or
Oh, like like
like
the whole conversation about being pointed out as a setup
Because as
for
soon
it
as
to be
Velma
used later.
says it, it's never brought back.
yeah, it's,
Yeah, I think yes, that would be better because right now it's strictly just a reference to the other things that people used to do to get around for that they're used to finding when solving mysteries. So
Yeah, I think it would have been cool if they used it when Shaggy and Scooby were there. Because I'm sure it would have scared them, but then the audience at that point already knows it's fake.
mhm.
all right. If that's all, gentlemen, you got any last call, Sprinks, or are we good?
I do not.
All right, then we can move into summary and ratings. Let's start with Crimson.
All right, so I will start with my subjective shocker. Shocker, I know. I said how much of a fan I was of Scooby-Doo as a property in the beginning, and it it comes through here as well. I will definitely watch this again. I find a lot of the humor still funny. The toilet humor, the farting, burping, the snot, none of that's funny to me, and I don't think it ever was either when I was a kid. But I watching this more grown up, and the adult humor is just it gets funnier and funnier the older you get, at least for me. So I find that amusing. Something I never realized because I haven't seen this in years. The first one, so I never realized that the demons were getting trained as humans in the castle, and I just find that so amusing to think about. And this is how you say this, and it's like it's funny to think about now that I realize that. So I still get plenty of enjoyment out of this. Nothing really annoys me except for Led Zeppelin. Uh, and even then, that's pretty minor because he's barely in it. So 8.5. Lots of enjoyment to be had here.
Whoa, 8.5.
Yeah.
Surprised.
I guess what did you think it was?
Lower.
Well, was lower mean 2?
I don't want to hint too much, but I know what's coming up, and I think I know how you feel about that one compared to this one.
Yeah. Uh, Objectively, and my score did go down. And I brought up a lot of things in this and I didn't realize how bad some of them were. And then other things were brought up, like Sprinks with the geography wasn't on my horizon, but it definitely brings up an issue with the world building with it. I think a lot of the characters are mostly within character. We talked about Daphne somewhat being in and out on her uh, objective, her character arc of being independent and not a damsel. The worst of which being, at least for me, the roller coaster. She could have just jumped off the ride, but she would have rather just died getting impaled against the wall. But she does save herself from getting trapped in the pyramid, so they're just kind of inconsistent with her. Uh, Fred, they're kind of inconsistent with how stupid he is as well, but not too much to where I think he's like broken as a character. It's just inconsistent as a character. Shaggy, Scooby, I think are tested uh, with their dynamics with Mary Jane in there. We debated on how much is like believable. Writer, one of his last points was how far they could have gone for Scooby to have not trusted Shaggy, and I think they've done just enough, barely, to be believable with what we have set up. So I think in large the characters are fine. Scrappy being the surprise twist villain is I think they did the bare minimum for that reveal. A random flashback that they shoehorned in the middle of the movie. It's okay. It definitely could have been better. Opening with a standard mystery gang mystery, just like the VHS ones we've covered, I think work. And I think they did enough character work for them all to split off from each other for 2 years, and then it all came together at the end, and I think they did decent with that. The CGI, like I said in the beginning, mid to mid bad, so I'm just gonna label it as mid for the time. Is okay. Practical effects, really good. Set design, really good. Costumes, really good. Sprinks brought up the casting, good. Acting, good. There's a lot of good to be had in the visual department in here, I think. So all that being said, I lowered from my 7 to a 6 by the end of this.
All right. Sprinks, how about you go next?
All right, I can. Subjective, which did not change. I will let you know that my objective did change. My subjective, I think this is a solid, very set, uh, not milestone. What's the word I'm looking for? Um, just like really solid and set in a number for me. I think this is a really good 7. Like if like someone just asked me what's a 7 out of 10 movie, Scooby-Doo I think would be one of the 3 things I would tell you. To me it just feels very, it's a good movie, it's dated, it's got good humor of various kinds, it's got a good story, it's entertaining, it's got a mystery, it's got a twist, it's engaging, it's entertaining, it could be stronger, it could be greater, but for what it is, it's good. And I just think it's a solid 7. Objectively, originally, I had this at a 7. However, we had discussions. My objective is now at a 6.5 because I think the cinematography's fine. No, there's no like real crazy shot. There's no crazy shot, but there's good usage of camera, which I guess goes into the more writing side. And I think the writing's very well done. I think there's very smart writing of some word usage is used. The play on joke of like Fred entering when Daphne says mindless zombie, Velma piecing things together, but then the gang all actually needing each other to solve together, and it's not just one person, as we've seen with the VHS movies. Um, and I think that's all very well done, and also in a grounded realistic world, even though it's cartoony with the sound effects and Scooby's rubberized, cartooniness and how that interacts with the world and everything. But I think it's very well done in that approach. I do agree with Crimson. I think the Scrappy reveal, or how he's kind of shoehorned into the story of this, could have been tighter in somehow, maybe like a conversational piece of him, or a photo they find from adventures earlier and they see him in the photo kind of thing, versus then kind of just a placement scene of Scrappy. But I guess that helps with the younger audience to actually identify of this character and how he treats the game. Let's see, the costuming I think is really good. I like how it all changes. Someone's not in the same costume the entire time, which is the Zombie Island joke that I liked, of Shaggy being same costume, same hairstyle the whole time. They do that, but it's still familiar. I think the setting's very good, and it's built pretty well, everything around them. I like the vibrancy of the color, not into the lighting, but the color and everything, how everything's vibrant and happy in the day. But then when the monsters come in, it gets dark, it gets dimmed. And just the tone shift of that. I think the lighting's fine. I think the biggest problem I have with this movie is the green screen and CGI usage does not hold up. It is so outdated. To see the Luna Ghost fly in on quote unquote wires, and the Mondovarius being held by the demon hand and he's shaking his whole body and the hand's still, and just stuff like that. Shoot, I feel like I always forget the casting, I guess, going with that. Rowan Atkinson, I think, is fine as this kind of like bumbly dude who's trying to be scrappy and not scrappy situation thing. The whole gang, I think, is wonderfully cast. Led Zeppelin, who cares? Whatever. Melvin Dew, kind of same boat. Who cares about his acting? Pamela Anderson, Sugar Ray, 2002. It's for the time. But yeah, it just went down. And the geography thing, in my head, I really thought it was all connected. But you guys, the three of you, all stated that you never saw it that way, which I guess questioned me of like then the logistics of the geography. And I guess that really, what you said could work. I mean, nothing's like concrete of what I thought or what you thought. It's just, it's very interesting that way. And then I guess the whole demons going around the whole world and the timeline of the plan and the souls and the, is that cauldron only full of spring breakers and who knows, and just, so a lot of stuff up in the air. And the voodoo guy never really gets he's just there. Again, I don't really care for him. He's just there as a person to drive the story and be a culprit, possibly red herring, but there's no like follow through of this dude. He's just on the island. So yeah, 6.5 I think is appropriate.
He never even gets to see a demon, which is
No.
sad.
No, he's just living his best paranoid life, I guess.
That
Yeah, he
would have
has
been
the
a nice scene, actually, him seeing a demon.
he has
Yeah.
that other,
Feeling justified.
that beast in his hand. Starts with an A.
I had it written down. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But one last thing before writer goes, because it is in my rating, I just didn't say it in my rant, was the whole motivation between, or the connections between Scrappy and the monsters, or Mr. Bean and the monsters. They don't connect any of those, and it gets,
No.
I think that's the biggest issue.
Or
as I
Nagu
said earlier.
Tana, was he hired by Mondovarius 10 years prior? Was he hired by Scrappy in the 2 years prior? Was he connected to the demons prior to that? Was he on the island the whole time? Who knows?
Yeah, so that, like I said earlier, that was my biggest issue, and I somehow forgot to mention that in mine. So,
Yeah,
there you
he
go.
was arrested too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, helicopter.
All right. Subjective first time viewing. This was fun. I had a bit of fun with it. I don't have any nostalgic attachment to it, but I would watch it again. I enjoyed it I enjoyed it in that almost it was what was bad was funny to me kind of way. And uh the thing I disliked about it was pretty much the Scrappy Doo part of it. I have a dislike of that personally and subjectively, so that's kind of what lowered it, I think, to me from what it could have been. I think I'm at a 6.5 subjectively. Uh, I would rewatch the film, but I'm not going to be going out of my way to rewatch it. I have no issues rewatching it. It's just something like, if I'm outvoted, I won't complain kind of movie, you know? Objectively, all right. The world building is awful. I don't think we don't get enough explanation as far as how the magic works for it to make sense, and what we can make sense of is inconsistent with itself. Um, I think the we don't know. We question the plan, the geography of the islands, and we're not sure where things are in space occasionally. That's a big world building problem. Um, the I do like that the consistent with the heads not being able to go through physical objects. That they were consistent with that. I think the monsters are inconsistent with how strong or weak they are physically. Um, I think the I think otherwise it's like Scooby Doo's cartoonist makes sense to me. Um, I'm not really sure what the plan is, as Sprinks already mentioned. The world building is trending towards awful, um, which is a shame, because there's a lot of like little pieces missing here and there that kind of bring it down on itself. And I think the kind of some of the better examples of that are just the the so world buildings is because so for example Mary Jane being like turned into a monster then placed back in front of the gang, or the house in the background fixing itself because, or the whole island fixing itself while they were asleep somehow. Uh, the Coast Guard getting their souls back or whatever and kicking the demons out, and demons being left over in the world. These are all like problems that are left over as present in this world, and it doesn't feel like it feels like they could have done a better job to tighten the world building, pretty much. Um, the plot is at face value simple, but I think the more you think about Scrappy's plan, the intricacies with like what the demon they plan is, and the timing of everything, I think as it ties the plot, the plan as far as Scrappy is concerned, I think that doesn't hold up. I think the personality wise, like the motivation of Scrappy, I'm not entirely sure why he wants to rule the world, other than he's an egotistical, and he just wanted revenge against the gang. I'm not really sure as to what his motivation is, and that's going to get into his character a little bit. Um, but the plot is fine, I think overall. They justify everybody getting into the castle around the same time. It's lucky and it's convenient, but it's not. You can infer answers with what they give you. It could be stronger, but could be far worse. Um, I think that they. I don't know how the gang weren't captured. On one as they fell asleep on the beach out in the open. It's very lucky and convenient for them. Uh, it's convenient that Velma loses her glasses, which allows the monster to pick them up and stuff like that. And that's a tropey thing, but she had her glasses on in the previous scene, so lucky. That's just the plot pushing in a particular direction. Um, Lucky that the gang are all able to meet up fairly easily, despite being completely separated, to get their body swaps correct. Um, I think there's a lot of convenience in the plot, which does damage it. But I think the main through line for it works as far as getting the characters through the story. Um, and I guess that leaves characters. To kind of leave on this more simple end, I think all the characters have nicks, but I think they're otherwise okay. None of them are like character breaking nicks. Like the closest I think we can get for me as a Shaggy not saving a random person. I think that's a pretty big thing for him. I think Scooby is mostly consistent with himself. I think what the nicks for him are is just going into the woods by himself because he likes the idea of hamburger when he was already established to be a coward in the opening sequence, so it's a little inconsistent with that. Um, I think Fred's okay. We kind of talked about his nicks and Daphne's nicks already. Velma, uh, her nicks are weird for me because a lot of her nicks in this could be explained away. So like, well, one of the nicks I guess that I touched on was the the actress acting a certain way to convey something entirely different from what the character was already thinking. And I think another nick for Velma might be the not going into her room to hide away the again another plot issue. She's just out in the open deciphering things instead of being into her room, not worrying about being followed because they're still on the island with the cult that's they're trying to figure out. So there is a lot of conveniences, a lot of and a fair few nicks on the characters. Scrappy Doo, not really sure what to think of him in this film. I don't know if I'd call him inconsistent, but there's no motivation for me to really understand other than he just wants revenge against the gang. I don't really understand the leap from that to wanting to destroy or take over the world or rule the world. Not really sure about his plan. Um, and Mary Jane is okay as a red herring to kind of test Scooby and Shaggy's relationship. Red herring's not the right word, but she's there to test Scooby and Shaggy's relationship. I think what works best for the gang is their arcs rather than the smaller beats for the character. Like the film doing a good job of establishing the small rifts between them before they break up, and then establishing them growing closer again over the course of the film and growing as a group, and ultimately reaching the through line that the gang's back together. I think that's very strong. Definitely one of the strongest points in the film for me. Um, I think a lot of the uh, gimmicks of the film, which like them navigating through traps, Daphne having to fight to prove herself, a lot of that works really well. Um, I was bouncing between a 4.5 and a 5.5, and I think I'm going to settle in the middle. I'm at a 5. I think the movie is trending towards the lower side of average for me, objectively. But there's nicks to go around, I think, in the film. So, yeah, 5. Huh.
Cool.
That was a lot.
Yes, it
And
was.
yeah, and with that, gentlemen, shall I read us out, or do you guys have any final thoughts to add?
I'm good.
I think I'm good. I'm excited for next week. These scores are not exactly where I thought they would be, which is interesting.
All right. Well then, thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, GoodPods, iHeartRadio, Podcasts, and Samsung. And if you happen to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, watching our PNG YouTubers and slideshow, thank you for watching there. And please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
We had a Sinister Boy, and I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.